strong and still watching America's Day at the races.
And I would assume playing today, right?
Oh, 100%.
All right, so hopefully we can give Dad a few winners with the action that we have coming up this afternoon. Wet track here, wet track in New York. They're muddy. They're off the turf. Belmont at the Big Air. Feature race coming up later here this afternoon. Going to stay on the turf to begin it, see how things go. But the first race scheduled for the grass. The feature later today, 6 furlongs on the main track, and a Jersey bred allowance optional claiming race at 6 furlongs. Molly's a Bullet. Isaac Castillo will be aboard and comes off a win last time out at 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, in a full field here, as you see, $68,000. This is a mini little stakes race for the Jersey Breds. But yeah, Molly's a Bullet for Anthony Margado Jr., filly by Army Mule. Was primarily racing on turf. She didn't have a win. And then, she broke her maiden on the dirt last time out, and I thought it was a good win considering the second place finisher came back to win. She was 3 wide most of the way. So, my issue is she the one to beat coming out of a maiden race? Because sometimes first time against winners could be your toughest try.
And this was, the first time it was getting back to dirt. It was the first time she showed that she really wanted any part of being on that surface. So
kind of true, yeah.
Was it for real? What would we go do with her going forward now? As you said, facing winners for the first time. Certainly some who've had a lot more experience on dirt tracks throughout most of this field, but she did take a big jump forward in terms of her dirt races.
Yeah, and the confusing part about this field that makes it very hard to handicap is you have 3-year-olds in this race, all the way up to 7-year-old mares. So do you want to play some of the older mares in here that you sort of know what you've seen so far? What I mean by that, they're not really improving right now, and you have a 3-year-old in this race like Cara Blanca, who just broke her maiden, that could really improve overnight. So I think that's also the kind of handicapping play you need to play in this race. It's a wide open race.
Meanwhile, back in New York, Sarah El-Badwi holding down the fort for us as we kick off our coverage on this Father's Day Sunday. Interesting race, Sarah, coming up in the 7th. Some big pedigrees in here, and big afternoon for Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, and they'll get back to work in the 7th race with Merceau.
They will. Salty Maiden. And very quickly, just want to wish both you and Paul, as well as Richard Migliore, a very happy Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to all of the dads watching out there. But looking at this 7th race, the maiden special weight that we have, yes, Merceau is your morning line favorite at 7-5. And we'll take a look at her last race in just a moment. When we look at the field now, there's a lot going on in terms of pedigree. Todd Pletcher has 2 bookending the field that have some big pedigrees. There's another first-time starter as well. And it might not be quite as simple as your favorite, but I will say she did take a big step forward in that last start. It was over a muddy sealed track. She does have that going for her. She'll get similar conditions today. And she showed a little bit more forward position in this race versus her start prior to that, where she was just never involved early at Keeneland. So I like that move forward where she's at least able to get herself involved in the race. Blinkers are going on this filly. Chad Brown, first-time blinkers. Maidens on the dirt. It is a good stat. 29%, 59% in the money. A $2.25 ROI over the past 5 years. You can see her starting to gain late, although not able to catch up to your winner. And it could be a potentially important race to keep in mind with all of those big pedigrees outside of her. But she is the one to beat based on what she's done on the racetrack so far. You do get the full sister to tap it Trice down towards the inside. You get the full to the grade 1 placed anchored down towards the outside. And Alliday, a horse that unfortunately ran into Frosted in 2016 in his Met Mile, but plenty to dissect and dive into in that 7th race. But Merceau is the one to beat.
Thank you, Sarah. I mentioned Alliday. Also, Dan's hit the sister to tap at Trice, who'd wind up winning the Monmouth Cup here in Jersey. And, of course, the grade 2 Woodward was 3rd in the Belmont and Travers to Arcangelo.
Listen, that is another brutal race out there at Belmont if you're playing the Big A today. I think it's similar to our feature race here where you could make a case for, I would say everybody, but maybe a couple in there, maybe one in there. But you can make a case numbers-wise. You got to reach back to some of them in there. But, when I looked at that race, I was potentially going to punch the all button.
Take a look at what's ahead on the program presented by Claiborne Farm. Busy Sunday afternoon as we're set to go in just a little bit. 35 minutes to post opener. Belmont at the Big A. Closing in on the opener, Monmouth as well. Good, and again, good on the turf here at Monmouth, even though we had some rain earlier this morning. We'll begin on the grass and then see how things go from there. The rain has stopped here, though, so that is good news. And we'll have the start of a middle pick 5 in that 4th race. We talked about the 8, that feature allowance. And that maiden special weight, the one we just touched on with Sarah back in the studio, back at Belmont at the Big A. You can play it all right here. Get signed up with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. Punch in that code at sign up. Bonus 200. And you are ready to roll right there at NairaBets.com. Big Saturday afternoon here in Oceanport, New Jersey. It was Haskell preview day. Do we have a new star 3-year-old? Bracket Buster looks sensational on the wet track for Victoria Oliver and redistricting, getting his first stakes win of his career.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Back with you on this Father's Day edition of America's Day at the Races. Is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Getting set for the opener in just a little bit. We'll dive into that race momentarily. First, let's look back at the big race in the 3-year-old division here. Naira Bets Pegasus prep for the Naira Bets Haskell, July 19th, $1 million race. Very important race in that division for 3-year-olds. And we saw Bracket Buster step into the limelight.
Yeah, he kind of did. You know, when the spotlight was on Garamond before the race, but I'll tell you what, when they crossed the wire, the definite spotlight was on Bracket Buster. You know, Garamond was just not taken to it, and Axel Concepcion went to the front end. The son of Acoma just delivered, and you could see him striding through the wire. I mean, he just absolutely destroyed this field. And, you know, out of a dance with Ravens Mare, BBN Racing LLC's got to be very excited. Second career win, and you get you an entry into the Haskell.
You see Concepcion wrapped up at about the 16th pole, as it was a clear, easy win. He took that look back, saving something for, the big next test to come as he saw how easily this horse was doing it. This horse was very good. Victoria Oliver, we heard from before the race, that disappointing performance on a wet track. Wasn't concerned about the wet track yesterday. It was kind of a real deep, heavy track in that Churchill Downs performance, and it looks like a horse who's still really improving.
Yeah, I think a horse that's improving a lot if you think about it. And you can't put the credence on handicapping more than time. I mean, that is the best tool when it comes to handicapping. And if you look back at who Bracket Busters faced, Sovereignty, Sandman, only 9 lengths behind those horses. And you might think, 9 lengths. That's not that far back. And when you run against a group like this, he kind of had shown that what Vicky was thinking, that he could kind of dance with the big boys, and maybe over a muddy racetrack he can, but he's improving a lot. And I think what, she was telling Maggie yesterday that she had no worries with this horse. She was very confident going into that race yesterday, saying that we got a big shot. She didn't mention anything about the Chad Brown horse, that we need to worry about that horse. She was very confident in Bracket Buster, and these Vacomas are runners.
2 lengths behind Gosger when they met. Looks like they're going to have a chance to reunite in the Haskell. That horse being pointed to that race as well. Almost pulled off that huge upset as we go to Richie Migliori in that Preakness. That obviously journalism was outstanding that day. What did you see from Bracket Buster, and maybe going forward, can this horse put himself into the mix in this 3-year-old division?
Well, I absolutely do think he can put himself in the mix in this 3-year-old division. Horses are constantly changing at this time of the year. Some of them mature a little earlier. Some continue to improve. You think about kids. The kid that's shaving going into the 9th grade, and the other kids are, just not quite as mature, and then they catch up. So the best athlete starting high school, not always necessarily the best athlete finishing high school. Now, the other point, and you guys brought it up so well, is just the depth of this 3-year-old division. Look at the company lines he's kept and how good they are, and then what he did to that field yesterday. Now, I think he got a absolutely heads-up ride by Axel, don't call me Alex Concepcion, who was sharp. He took, initiative. He took the race away from the favorite Garamond right out of the gate. I'm impressed with the way he sits a horse. I like the way he finishes. And he had the presence of mind to look to the infield board to see exactly where he was at. Bracket Buster, very good, has a win over the track. Look forward to seeing him take on even tougher competition come Haskell time.
And that obviously would be the plan. You win a race like that, you want to be in the big moment here. Victoria Oliver, got her start at this racetrack to see, how the horse comes out of it. But that is the plan. Show up on the big day with that $1 million purse, and a horse who absolutely deserves it off that performance. So we take a look at this 3-year-old division here and what's transpired in Oceanport, Kentucky Outlaw. Winning that Long Branch, Pegasus to Bracket Buster. What will we see on Naira Betts Haskell Day, July 19th? Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am too. And I do think when you look at Bracket Buster, the best race is when he's goes to the front end. And I think that could be his new running style. Just let's go to the front, try to get him settled. Now, if somebody else goes, we can settle behind. But I think they found his true running style. And, his best effort 2 back with Manny Franco aboard just got beat to the wire by Gosger. So now goes to the front end here and destroys the field. So maybe this could be this horse's new running style.
And, intrigued to see him, too, on a fast track. He ran very good that race against Gosger on a fast track. That was at Keeneland. So we'll see. Maybe even better and could blossom even more.
Yeah, 100%.
We will find out more going forward. Meanwhile, Monmouth Stakes redistricting. Just too good for this group, and Flavia Pratt not messing around. I'm on the best horse. Let's just go to the front, take it to this group early.
Yeah, he did. The son of Kingman just went to the front, like you said, and actually took a little heat from a couple horses. The 4 went after him. A couple other horses went after him. It looked like Otago, who was coming out of the cliffhanger with a good ride by Axel Concepcion, gave another great ride. But watch this horse stride out here with Flavia Pratt, who just shows this horse to crop. Now 3 for 9 lifetime. And this horse has been in grade 1s, grade 2s, been 3rd in the Knickerbocker. So, a horse now with a stakes under his belt, I would think be looking for a graded stakes in the next start.
United Nations, maybe a spot to pick out here at Monmouth. Down the line, this performance, obviously he was a massive standout. He was 1-5 in this race, but the figure he got coming back too, 102 Beyer speed figure. and doing it on the front end. This is the biggest race of his career. Now we'll see if he can take that momentum going forward as he gets back in against better company.
You know, we were talking about Otago yesterday, how much he was improving, 5 for 16 lifetime. Redistricting put him away. And Otago had a really good trip in that race. And the 3 actually had a duel on the front end. So Otago is improving. So if you're telling me 102, then Otago ran about a 94. He keeps going forward somewhere in that area. So that was a heck of a race by redistricting.
First to kick off his Father's Day card at Monmouth Park, mile and a 16th on the turf. $40,000 maiden claiming group. And right now we live this game. New Gelding, Anthony Margata barn is the current 5-2 top choice on the board.
Yeah, coming out of a race that was taken off the turf, and you do got a Chad Brown runner in here in repeat business with Sammy Camacho. I had it with the public hat here, Greg. I was 2-4-6 in here, not giving you much. Maybe the 3, Genuine Gomo, was the other horse in here for Pletcher.
Repeat business, Chad Brown barn. We'll get to that one in a moment. Let's start with a 1 here, Wild Jamie.
Could be the speed, even though this doesn't look really on paper, but dropping down to the $30,000 level.
The aforementioned favorite, we live this game.
Like you said, Gelding does have the best races on turf.
Todd Pletcher, 3-year-old, Genuine Gomo.
Yeah, you know, Jorge Vargas rides for Todd, a very good rider.
Not a dime back.
Yeah, Not a Dime Back is getting better, now going to transfer to turf.
Chad Brown, Klarovich, Silks.
Yeah, first time Gelding, first time Lasix. I always say that Chad Brown hits the reset button.
13-1 Tartarian went by for Dan Ward. Here's Redemption Spite.
Yeah, blinkers off for Lindsey Schultz. Decent efforts going back.
Some of the fastest races of anyone in this field at 19-1. Here's Authentic Honor coming off a nose defeat.
This one for Mike Deeney, like you said, pretty consistent. Can this horse at least hang here at 5-1? It's a tough group.
4 minutes from this opening race coming up. Good and sealed on the main track. Turf good for now. Let's head downstairs to the MIG.
Yeah, guys, and you know, obviously the weather conditions are going to play a role in who handles the course. I mean, it's not raining hard, but it's just like a steady mist right now. Me and Joseph, my cameraman, we found a little cover over here. We'll start with the 2, we live this game, and I think I can speak for you guys when I say we live this game. He looks terrific for Anthony Margata. I was talking with Anthony in the paddock. He's got his Panthers jacket on. He's representing. Panthers went up 3-2 in the Stanley Cup finals last night. They got one more to finish it out for Vinny Viola, who not only has won a Stanley Cup already as an owner, but a Kentucky Derby. That's a pretty nice daily double. Horse looks great, makes a lot of sense, gets a good inside draw. Want to save ground in turf racing, so important. Genuine Gomo from the Todd Pletcher barn. He's moving slightly back up in company. Couldn't look any better. What you expect from a Todd Pletcher runner. You get Jorge Vargas, who is a good rider. He's not riding a tremendous amount, but he's winning at a very high percentage at this meet. And then the 4-horse, Not a Dime Back, you get Christian Mirage, who, you know, they don't allow 10-pound apprentices, meaning rider who hasn't won 5 races, ride the turf. I've actually seen this young guy ride some very patient races. And if you think about his pedigree, you know, Romero Mirage, Rajiv Mirage, the entire family involved with horse racing, you know that they've gotten in his head about saving ground and being patient, and that's how you win turf races. So I don't think you're getting your typical apprentice riding on the grass in this instance. And to me, this horse made a lot of sense for John Service. Just a real quick note, guys, on the 6 repeat business. He was really kind of acting up, galloped off, bucking, you know, just kind of a bit unfocused. He's going to have to kind of pull it together. Maybe just being in and amongst horses, he'll get his focus. But in the post-parade, he's a little bit on the wild side.
All right, Mig, thank you. There's the Klarovich runner for Chad Brown. Repeat business, 3-1. Let's check in for the first time today. Jonathan Kinchin. JK, opener coming up here on the grass. Where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2, Last Man Standing. But first, happy Father's Day to all of you guys, the 3 of you, and I think there's 3 of you on the set, or on the show, and then everyone else at home. I'm going to go with Last Man Standing. When you look at his dirt form, he just makes the most sense. He's a horse who's tactical enough to hold some position. Now, he has had some races where he's fallen out of it, but in a situation like this, you'd like to think that he'll find a way to kind of stay in the mix, stay forward. So for me, I just felt like, not last man standing, excuse me, we lived this game. I knew the right horse, wrong name. We lived this game. It just, his tactical speed is going to put him right in there if he can run the race he ran last time. Last time he was on the outside. This time he'll be on the inside. Hopefully he'll be able to save a little bit of ground. I'm just hopeful that his maiden special weight form is going to be better than some of these other horses who've been running for a tag. And look, I think sometimes when you draw inside, the hand is kind of forced and for the rider in terms of being aggressive away from there, not wanting to take back, get in behind horses. Sometimes it takes the guesswork out of it, and I think that his best chance to win is out on the front end, so I'm hoping that's what we'll get from the two We Live This Game. I don't like the two in the first race at Aqueduct, but so I just wanted to be clear about that. I do like the two here.
All right, JK, thanks. Happy Father's Day to you as well. Look, Paulie, this repeat business, the 6 for Chad Brown, people getting seduced a little bit and just to the fact that it's Chad Brown at Klarovich Stable Silks. The horse took no money in a race at Ellis in the debut almost a year ago.
Yeah, but, Chad's having such a great meet, 41%. You got what Mig said, the horse is acting up, so maybe you want to stay away from this horse. But it seems like Chad, like I said, when he hits that button, the reset button, and completely changes everything, they usually fire. So 5-2. I'm going to try the 4 here, Not a Dime Back. Kitten's Joy on the bottom side. I know not many siblings won, but they like cutting the ground. I think Not a Dime Back, you're getting a little bit of value there.
And, the 8, as I said, Redemption Site, 23-1. Multiple races that are really the best of anyone in this group, but the last 2 starts maybe just can't run anymore. But to the Lindsay Schultz barn, we talked about her on the show yesterday, what a great job she does. She makes an equipment change. See if this horse can kind of find some of that back form at a huge price.
This horse ran against some monsters in the last race. Like 3 or 4 horses out of that race have come back to win, and you're right. Listen, Lindsay Schultz can train, and I wouldn't think she would bring this horse back at this level if she didn't think she had a shot.
Matt Dinnerman to kick off this Father's Day card here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Here's the opener from Monmouth.
11 races on the card today, everybody. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Father's Day at Monmouth Park. Some bumping at the start, and Genuine Gomo got squeezed between horses because of that. Tartarian coming out of the chute. He's got the lead. Wild Jamie wants to hook up with him, and Wild Jamie snatches the lead away. Tartarian will take a hold, running in second at a good pace early. Redemption Spite, he's racing alone third. We Live This Game right behind him. Authentic Honor in the orange jacket is next. Repeat Business, Genuine Gomo, they're side by side. Not a Dime Back, well out of it early as they head into the first turn run. Again, a decent clip here set by Wild Jamie, who leads the parade in the opener. 1.5 lengths in front. Tartarian tracking in second. A similar margin to Redemption Spite. He's in third. Then We Live This Game. Authentic Honor pretty much side by side. They're 4 off the pace as Wild Jamie slows the pace down now. Genuine Gomo, third last, just ahead of Repeat Business, and 5 back to Not a Dime Back, who is still at the caboose of the field down the backstretch. 22-1 shot. Wild Jamie carving out the fractions here. And the opener opens up the lead now to 2.5 lengths. Tries to sneak away here, approaching the far turn run. Tartarian has come under a bit of a ride now. Redemption Spite joining him on the fence, saving ground into the far turn. We Live This Game getting closer. He's 3 wide, producing a bid while going pretty well here. Genuine Gomo trying to follow his move. Just had to steady behind Redemption Spite, who's now coming under a hard ride here. Authentic Honor 3 lengths behind in the orange, going to get to the outside. Repeat Business is farther out in the swing off the corner. Wild Jamie still in front. We Live This Game bearing down for a fight. Behind them, Redemption Time searching for room. Redemption Spite finds daylight between horses, but Wild Jamie just keeps going here at a big number. Wild Jamie, J-Ron Barboza on top, and they go all the way at a price to kick off the Father's Day card in an upset. Redemption Spite was second. We Live This Game third. Repeat Business was fourth.
Big numbers to kick off. Yeah, this Father's Day Sunday card. Wild Jamie 22-1 and 14-1 underneath Redemption Spite.
Yeah, this horse just went gate to wire. Good ride here by J-Ron Barboza. You can see that on the 2 there, Sammy Marin kept Fernando Hara kind of locked in. If Fernando would have been a little bit more aggressive and got out earlier, But then the 1 kind of ran away from the 8. Good call by you on the 8. A little bit better of a ride. Would have been a lot closer there with the blinkers coming off for Lindsay. That's got to be a good sign. We go back to the start, and the 4 just lost all position. And I think it took a lot out of the 6, Greg, because the 6 came over. Actually, the 4 broke bad. The 6 came over and drilled the 3. The 4 actually got left in the gate. I thought the 6 actually hit the 4. Now the 4 came out bad, did no running.
That was a turf debut for not a dime back, but yeah, got shuffled back early on. No catching this long shot, 22-1 start. Wild Jamie, 1-8-2-6. Here in the opener, 22-1 over 14-1. If you had that 1-8 exacta, your Father's Day has been made.
Right? Hopefully you were like, born on something 18 and you played 1-8 today. And yeah, that's going to be a beautiful exacta.
So an upset to kick off this Father's Day card. Underway. We'll get to the first coming up, Belmont of the Big A, in a moment. We're going to give you a quick break. Mig's going to join me up on the desk after a short timeout. We'll see you in a bit.
I got to make all my calls. Wish all my buddies happy Father's Day, so thanks. I'll take the time off.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back right after this. Fox Sports 1 coverage continues underway at Monmouth. We'll get into the opener, Belmont of the Big A, when we come back. Wild Jamie, 22-1 start here in New Jersey.
And clear off. And the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races as we saw an upset in the opener at Monmouth on the grass. The speed of Wild Jamie able to take that field gate to wire and pay handsomely for your first race in there. And as they were mentioning before going to break, Paul and Greg, if you had that exacta, you are off to a hot start this Father's Day of the 1-8 $46 winner there. But we'll head on over to a couple of horses right here for our opener, and it's an intriguing maiden special weight race going 1 mile and 1/8 as we take a look at Hero Code, the Hero Code, who would also be a bit of a surprise, just like the one that won over at Monmouth. And it really seems as though there are 3 main players within this field on paper. Trainer Todd Pletcher, he has 2 of them, and Bill Mott has your current favorite right now in Stars and Stripes, who ran impressively first time out. He wasn't bet that day. You got a price on him then at 31-1 when he finished third, and there behind some experienced rivals in Hopsing and Duration. But this horse, he made up steady ground and improved, and I think that we'll now be joined by Maggie Wolfendale for the first time today on today's coverage. We stole you back from Monmouth, and you're down here in the Aqueduct paddock.
And the rain seems to follow me wherever I go, Sarah. So at least here at Aqueduct, I know all the places to hide to stay out of the rainy weather. But as you said, there are 3 main horses in here. It does feel like a 3-horse race, to be fair. And we'll begin with that horse that is a fraction, literally a fraction of the price that he was first time out, and that's number 5, Stars and Stripes, and earning that gaudy speed figure of 91 behind Hop Sing and Duration. And he was towards the rear. It's not like he broke that quickly that day. He battled on between horses and made up more ground than anybody else. I wasn't in the paddock for that common race. That makes sense, also comes out of. But there are 2 horses that do appear as though they'll appreciate the 1 1/8. And Stars and Stripes, very laid back, very classy acting here in the paddock, and just has all the physical attributes and the right demeanor to get this 9 furlongs in only a second start. The one thing I'm concerned about, and like I said, I don't have anything to base this analysis on to his first start, is that I just wish he looked a little bit more fit. Still doesn't strike me as being totally fine-tuned for this second outing. Moving on to his rival, familiar face in the paddock, is number 4, Make Sense, who will put blinkers on. And, you know, it's an interesting juxtaposition when you look at Todd Pletcher's stats when it comes to blinkers. And with first-time starting horses wearing blinkers, he's only 10%. But if you exclude first-time starters, but with maidens and adding blinkers for the first time, he's 22%. So this is a move that does tend to work for him. And looking at Make Sense, he was well off the pace too, but he was really buried down inside. He never really got a clear path to kind of kick on. I admit he didn't do that much running. You know, kind of when you look back at his first race, it felt as though he was a bit better than that second race would suggest. But I feel as though he's a horse that does need these blinkers, wants to be a little bit more forward and involved early. And with that equipment change, along with the stretch out in distance, I think he should be. But I am worried about number 2, Todd Pletcher's other horse in here, who's been on kind of a rock star tour all over the country, from Tampa to Keeneland, Pimlico. He's made his way up 95 and now stopping here in New York. He looks fantastic here. A horse that was wired by Varney. He was towards the rear early. He launched his 3 to 4 wide bid, but Varney was a heavily backed favorite that day. And we also saw the 3rd place finisher, Energize, horse that I've been following, break his maiden at Delaware a few days ago, earning an 80 buyer speed figure. This guy looks so fit, so strong, and you know that he's going to handle the 2 turns. Sarah?
Thanks, Maggie. And you and I seem to be on the same page more often than not. So great to hear some of your thoughts on the number 2 Last Man Standing, as well as on the other 2 main players, as we'll get a post parade going for you in just a moment. Riders are up and heading out for the opener here. That pick 6 with the double carryover was hit yesterday, paid fairly well and kind of chalked out more so than you would expect, but a double carryover, you still got a nice payday in there. And look, 3 to 5 deserving based on the first race for the number 5 Stars and Stripes. Behind those experienced rivals, a 91 buyer speed figure, the best that anyone has yet to put on the page in terms of those with experience in here. So I understand the money coming in, but I went in a different direction ultimately, as we'll start with the Hero Code, a horse who is getting back to the dirt, only the 1 start over this surface and very well beaten by Otello back in November of 2023. We'll get Christopher Elliott aboard and comes in with that trainer change, switching surfaces. Last Man Standing is the one that I have some interest in. This one going out for trainer Todd Pletcher, 1 of 2 for him. Ira Ortiz Jr. will be at a board. We'll skip on over to Make Sense, adding those blinkers on, which we'll touch on a little bit more of Todd Pletcher's stats, putting the blinkers on with horses that are not debuting. Your favorite right now, that is Stars and Stripes going out for Belmont. He doesn't have a great stat with second time starting at dirt routers at Naira that we'll get into, and outlast in the post parade, but probably on the lead early. That's Into Inspiration, a big long shot in here who would need to get faster, and the blinkers are coming off of him. So with this field, I went to a horse that he has been facing some good horses. We saw Last Man Standing as one that he was running into Valentinian on debut. He broke slowly. He was off last, made a big, wide, sustained run in there, and he ended up finishing second in that race. The race was controlled on the front end in his second start at Keeneland. And then last time out, what I loved about him was that in a compact field, he was able to sit a little bit closer than dead last than he had in his first 2 races. He's progressively improved in each start, and I think that today could be the day for him, as well as the number 4. The blinkers going on, dirt routes at NYRA maidens 3-year-olds and up. If you get a little bit more specific, as the stat Maggie was mentioning, first-time blinkers, Todd Pletcher's 41% with that move and 76% in the money with a positive ROI versus Belmont. Second-time starters on the dirt, second-time starting dirt route maidens at NYRA specifically. He's 3 for 49 over the past 5 years, 6% and 49-cent ROI, so maybe a discrepancy worth acknowledging in your wagering. And JK, I know you're always looking for a price. Welcome to the program, and happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Look, I think the 5 Stars and Stripes is definitely the horse to beat. I'm just going to try to beat him. I think makes sense. It doesn't necessarily make sense, but is at least a little bit interesting. If you look at the race this horse ran on debut, and you could find a way to get back to that race, you could see how this horse can win at 3-1. The problem is that the last race wasn't great. But when you have a Hall of Fame trainer like Todd Pletcher who is adding blinkers, that's telling me that there's a change being made. There's something they didn't like about last time, and now they're going to make this change to try to fix that problem. I don't know what the problem was, but there definitely was a problem based on how the horse ran on May 17th versus how the horse ran on March 29th, excuse me. So I'm just hoping that the blinkers are the answer to that needed change. And I also like the fact that you're going to get probably, 3-1. I think that'll probably be safe. The 5 and the 2 are both going to take money. And I think, so I guess I was lying to you when I said that makes sense, doesn't make sense, because he kind of does make a little bit of sense. And we all know that although it's Father's Day, it's all about the mothers. Happy Mother's Day, Maggie.
Aw, thanks, JK. Happy Father's Day to you, as to Greg, Richie, Paul, everyone that's a dad on the show, everyone behind the scenes, and all you dads watching out there, as we'll pick up where JK left off, and that's with number 4, Makes Sense. When it comes to warm-ups, it's always fun watching people, or jockeys, I should say, like Flavian Pratt, like John Velasquez, because they kind of, do some different things. As I've been watching Johnny warm this guy up, and he is trying to get him sharp, trying to wake him up. He even kind of crouched down and went, smooched at him and kind of sent him a bit, and then reined him back in and really made him frame himself up. Now he's doing small circles and figure 8s out there. So Johnny really wants to try to get this horse out of the gate and forwardly placed today. So I do prefer Todd's other horse in number 2, Last Man Standing. I just have liked everything I've seen from him out there on the racetrack. He is one that has continuously worn blinkers, and I feel like even another half a furlong's ultimately going to help him and aid his chances. For me, physically, he just looked best. And then, yes, those are the main 3. There is another horse in here, the Hero Code. He's a 4-year-old, beautifully bred, son of Tappet. But the problem is, on the bottom side, it's all turf, and it's quite evident in this horse's physical makeup as well. Now, he is second off of a long layoff, and he does look incredibly fit here. Just feel as though this is the wrong surface for him. And yes, sometimes you'll get those sealed, wet tracks that kind of mimic a turf course a little bit, and those turf meant horses won't mind it. But this track here, as I stand right next to it, is very wet, very kind of soupy, and a lot of times those horses that, want that firm ground to push off on, they slip and slide on this type of surface. So you want those true kind of wet track, or at least dirt meant horses, as they are approaching the gate here. And I believe I'm getting it back to Sarah. Sarah, we are ultimately deadly when we land on the same horse. So it is the 2 for you here, Last Man Standing, right?
It is, and I'm hoping that we can start today off on a good note in here, because it seems as though when you and I might team up and somebody else, if there is a somebody else, goes in a different direction. Sorry, Jonathan. It seems to work out for us. So I'm hoping that is the case in this spot. And both of us, all of us, against Stars and Stripes, who is your favorite right now and did figure to be your morning line favorite coming in for Belmont. And look, stats don't mean everything. This horse does have the fastest first race on the card of this group, but it just seems as though he is one that maybe is facing some tougher company with some horses making a couple of changes in here that have been progressively improving. And while I will say the horses that he ran third behind last time out, they had fast races on the page in both Hopsing and Duration, but they also had proven that they weren't exactly winning types. They'd taken some time to break their maidens. Duration still looking to do so, and Hopsing getting that victory after a couple of attempts. And you're definitely not getting 31-1 with this guy today, who is now 4-5 as they're approaching the starting gate. And it seems as though Hero Code is about to go in for Christopher Elliott on a different screen that I'm looking at, as they'll go this 1 1/8 distance. And it just seems as though it makes sense with what Maggie said when John Velasquez with the warm-up. There is going to be that intent to have this horse forwardly placed, a horse who is adding those blinkers that we touched on for the first time. And perhaps he is the one to watch early on in here, as well as into Inspiration, who is sort of making the opposite move and taking the blinkers off. But we'll get today started, throw things up to track announcer Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and the call.
Thanks, Sarah. Happy Father's Day, folks out there joining us here on track, or wherever you are. Makes sense moving forward. And Stars and Stripes to the outside. Last to load, started the early pick 5. Stars and Stripes goes in, all set. And they're off. Broken a bobble there was the Hero Code, and the last man standing was off slowly too. Into Inspiration, right out towards the front, is going to have the early lead and goes into that first turn. Stars and Stripes towards the outside, and a well-settled third, as makes sense. Rushing up at the rail, the Hero Code wants to be close to the early action, and the trailer, last man standing, is a little tough to handle, is the trailer, and starts to move up here and is tugging it. Irad Ortiz Jr. wants to be in the early fray, and they are tightly bunched here as the complexion may change as they move to the backstretch, 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile, and Stars and Stripes has now put a nose in front, and that's going to push the tempo here for Into Inspiration, who comes right back to put a neck back in front. Now a little more settled as last man standing is in the 3-path there, center of the racetrack and chasing. The Hero Code moves to the inside and makes sense, who's now the trailer. It's a 3-way battle for the front. Into Inspiration with a neck advantage. Stars and Stripes is right there, a stalking second through a 47-4 half-mile time. Last man standing is ready to pounce 3 wide. Less than a half-mile to go here in the opener. The Hero Code is called upon for the effort and makes sense still. The trailer, the battle continues up front. Into Inspiration, Stars and Stripes, and now last man standing sees the top 2 pace setters, is losing a little ground here as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Into Inspiration, a stubborn long shot with a head in front. Stars and Stripes with every chance to run on by, and now Stars and Stripes is now pushed on, and look at Stars and Stripes open up in a flash, is quickly up by 5. Stars and Stripes is now galloping away from rivals. Here comes Makes Sense from far out of it. Last man standing Into Inspiration, but no doubt this is going to be an open lengths winner here. Geared down, Jose Lezcano. Stars and Stripes just jumped the tracks a little bit, but he's your winner. Makes Sense finishes second, then came Last Man Standing and Into Inspiration in 1 minute 49 seconds flat.
Oh, we saw the emergence of a 3-year-old in the Nairobets Pegasus in Oceanport on Saturday. This looks like it could be a pretty good 3-year-old start. Number 2 for Hall of Famer Belmont, Jose Lezcano, and a dominant win from Stars and Stripes.
Boy, he really backed up that big Beyer speed figure he got on debut going a mile. And when Jose Lezcano asked him, I mean, he really quick, and you see him take a little peek over his right shoulder there, feels presence of a horse coming to the outside, and now he's going to ask him right in here, and he puts a lot of separation quick. This was a big effort for a horse to accelerate the way he did coming off the turn. And Bill Mott, what kind of year is he having, Greg? Just another incredible year.
Derby, Belmont, maybe a star in the making here, and this horse in just his second career start. Look at this. I mean, you could see on wet track sometimes these large separation in terms of margin of victory. Maybe some horses didn't handle it. It's pretty impressive, though. 5-4-2-3 finish. And odds-on winner second time out in a big way. This time, not this time.
This was impressive. And listen, you make a great point. You know, he's doing it on a wet track. Will that translate? But usually horses handle wet going when they have beautiful mechanics to their stride. And his mechanics are impeccable. You saw him jump the tire tracks there and land back on his left lead. But he was so geared down at that point, he had lost a little bit of focus. This was a big effort.
Intriguing 3-year-old. Interested to see where he winds up next off that maiden breaking performance. Back to Monmouth, race 2. 6 furlongs and 3-year-olds and up. Essentially non-winners of 2 in here. And our current favorite, well, the board actually pretty even. It's the 6th, though, Run Happy Pappy, the 6, who is the one to beat on the board with the man of the hour, Haskell Concepcion. That big performance yesterday in the Pegasus.
Really impressed with his riding. Very, very sharp. Yesterday, the way he took the race away from Garamond with Bracket Buster, and recognizing that there was somewhat of a bias here. You needed to be forward in the dirt races. And he also really looks good on a horse. Great seat. And when we talk about a seat, it's the strength of their legs. A rider's legs are their foundation. And obviously, a very good young rider there.
Up to the 4. This is Blue Marble coming off a maiden claiming win.
Got speed. Comes off breaking his maiden, so it's always tougher taking on winners.
Run Happy Pappy. Here's Haskell Concepcion, 6-5 favorite.
He's got that good stalking style, and he's got that good outside post in a small field. He kind of gets run of the race from the outside, doesn't he?
Looks like it, yeah. Cozy outside post in a compact field where not always, we have a horse who's really acting. Was it the 4, I believe? Blue Marble?
Blue Marble
is a handful right now.
Look like he was running away from the pony.
It is.
Seems like they have him more under control at this point.
Sonny Leon, Kentucky Derby winning rider on that incredible long shot who got into the last minute, Rich Strike, a few years back.
And, Sonny Leon was riding predominantly in Ohio. He wins the Kentucky Derby. He took a step out of his comfort zone riding at Gulfstream. Now Monmouth this summer. Winning the Derby opened a lot of doors for Sonny Leon.
Someone pretty much no one in the sport had heard about. And that was an incredible ride.
He came from out of the clouds, weaving his way through the field, made every right decision. A really terrific ride that day, and had a very willing dance partner in Rich Strike that day as well.
Yes, he did. Even money right now, JK. Meanwhile, on Run Happy Pappy, a lot to like here, it looks, according to the betting public, with the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Run Happy Pappy, you can look at his last race, and that's great. But I think the thing here we're talking about is his class, right? I think he might just be a little bit better than these horses. I know that he didn't run particularly well last time for 12.5, but he ran well enough in a race that has produced a winner out of that. So you like to see that. You like to see when horses get beat and they're in a field. You want to know how good was this field? What was their strength of schedule like? And I think Run Happy Pappy passes that test last time. But it's race 2 back where he ran for 30. At one point, the trainer felt like this horse might be worth a little bit more. And just having to kind of realize and recognize that the reality is he's probably not worth that much. Now he shows up here for 12.5. I think he's in a group that's going to suit him a little bit better. The other thing I like is in a small field, when you're drawn outside, you don't get dictated to. And I think that goes a long way with some of these lower level types. I think they are lower level types because they need things to go their way. The circumstances have to go well. You take a horse like Sovereignty or Journalism, right? You can throw some adversity at a horse like that. You can put him down on the inside and ask him to go through a tight hole. You can drop him back for a half a mile and have him eat a bunch of dirt and then come running on and win the biggest race in the world in the Kentucky Derby. There's a lot of different things that good horses, talented, special horses can overcome. when it comes to adversity, but unfortunately our 12-5 friends, they kind of need things to go their way. And I think Run Happy Pappy now being drawn into the middle of the racetrack, being able to watch it unfold, not have to worry about getting started and stopped and started and stopped. These 12-5s are not like Ferraris. Richie talks about that all the time. Sovereignty and journalism a little bit closer to a Ferrari. I'm going to take the 6 here that is drawn outside, getting away from the inside, and hopefully can avoid some adversity. But speaking of Father's Day, how about a Run Happy Pappy horse that's not by Run Happy? It's confusing.
Yeah, to keep going back to that, I thought the exact same thing. Thought for sure this would have been a Run Happy, not the case. A 5-year-old by Wicked Strong. Pace in here, this is a very short price on a horse who's 1 for 12. This horse is not necessarily slow. The 2, the 4, both are horses who can be forward. Who gets the lead in here, Mig?
I think the 2 with Sonny Leone, even though he's coming out of a maiden race. I'm sorry, the 4 under Sonny Leone, excuse me. Gunnery Sergeant is more like stock kind of speed. Ran well last time. Actually finished in front of your favorite Run Happy Pappy. Although it's a little hard to get past the hunch play of Run Happy Pappy on Father's Day, isn't it?
It is. I believe in hunch plays. They come through. That is a tough one to go against on this special Father's Day. Back to this one. 2-1 on Gunnery Sergeant, who dirt debut a winner. I know a very slow time, but did take a pretty big move forward figure-wise in that second start.
That was a really big move forward. And listen, normally when horses break their maiden and they run back against winners, I'm against them. This horse actually took a step forward. Now he's had that effort against winners, and he comes back. That's why I'm, against Blue Marble a little bit.
And you actually, I think, hit the nail on the head. I think the reason the 6 is taking this much money, 4 to 5 now, is because it is Father's Day.
Yeah, and listen,
Should not be this short.
I was downstairs for the first race. We got a really big crowd here, a lot of energy, a lot of young families. What did Dad want to do today? Let's go to the races, right? It's not a beach day, and despite the weather, we've got a packed house.
Yeah, rain has not dampened the enthusiasm at all here in Oceanport. Always a big day on Father's Day here at Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman, here's the second.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Smooth beginning for all. Run Happy Pappy, Blue Marble on the lead together. Gunnery Sergeant makes it a party of 3. And the other horse, El Dollar, drops to the back of the field as the longest shot in the race. At least this runner does have a contentious tempo to run into if good enough. Down the back stretch, sorting themselves out now. Gunnery Sergeant neck in front. Blue Marble there to the outside to press. Gap of 2 lengths further back in the field to El Dollar as they approach the 4-turn run here. So Gunnery Sergeant into the turns, a neck in front. Run Happy Pappy. They're on the outside, still right there as they go into the 4 turns. Space of 2 back to El Dollar, who's come under a hard ride, and Blue Marble's being asked to get back into it, try to join those leaders up top, approaching the quarter pole. Run Happy Pappy, neck in front. Gunnery Sergeant pumped upon to keep pace. These 2 together as they come to the top of the lane with Blue Marble right behind them. Now 3 off the top 2 who are battling. Run Happy Pappy, Gunnery Sergeant not going away without a fight. Run Happy Pappy with a narrow lead. Gunnery Sergeant very game from the inside. Run Happy Pappy, Gunnery Sergeant. Run Happy Pappy with a narrow lead on Gunnery Sergeant. Run Happy Pappy sees it out. Gunnery Sergeant was second. Big space back to Blue Marble in third. El Dollar was fourth.
Never in question. 1 to 5, and this Run Happy Pappy really had to earn this victory.
He worked for it, but he got it.
Wow.
He rewarded the betting fans' confidence in him at a very short price, but that was no walk in the park.
1 to 5. Run Happy Pappy on Father's Day. Keeps all these players betting the big favorite. Able to cash some tickets and keeps them happy.
Axel Concepcion delivering another strong finishing ride. I'm impressed with what I've seen from him this weekend. And for Chuck Spina, who I rode winners for Chuck Spina back in the 80s.
And, yeah, bracket buster, Axel Concepcion. Big performance yesterday. Certainly, this is not the way you want to see a 1-5 get it done.
But he got it done. That's the most important thing. And I think you missed what I said earlier. Axel, don't call me Alex Concepcion, because I made that mistake yesterday.
I know. I was trying to let you slide. I didn't want to pay.
No, listen. When I make mistakes, I own it. I don't shy away.
6-2, 4-1 finish. Who had your back, by the way, when that happened?
You did. You actually wrote it down. You didn't call me out on air. You did it the right way.
Stars and Stripes. This was a really impressive performance. Second time out from this 3-year-old.
That really was. I mean, the way he skipped away when he was asked turning for home, he had that instant acceleration. And only good horses have that kind of acceleration. And you can see what I'm talking about right here. He's going to tap him on the shoulder coming off the quarter pole, probably give him a little smooch, and there he goes, right to his right lead, and quickly separated from the field.
Stars and Stripes, start number 2. He got a big number in his debut and defeat. When he was dismissed, he was 31-1 for this Hall of Fame barn in the debut back in mid-May. It took a long time for this horse to make that first career start. 91 Beyer speed figure, dominates this group, stretched now to a mile and an eighth in start number 2. And what looked like there could be at least a couple of very good 3-year-olds in here. Interested to see this horse going forward.
It did look like a very solid group going into the race, and Stars and Stripes just absolutely dominated and justified the price on him as well. This horse that trains down at Belmont Park under the tutelage of Leanna Williford, Belmont's assistant at Belmont.
Race 2, meant for the turf, comes off the grass, 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field. And I don't believe you will get 5-2 on Antonio Avenis.
No. I mean, draws into the race. Do you think it takes the public a little bit of time to catch up when there's a surface change?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. And yeah, that price already coming down. He looks like the standout in this race, one of the main track onlys, multiple stakes winner against New York bred company. He's put together a pretty nice resume.
Absolutely. I mean, and look what he's earned in 13 starts, over $500,000. It truly does pay to have New York breds. You think about an average foal crop now is about 18,000 horses, roughly 1,000 New York breds. So you're just really shrinking the gene pool in which they have to compete against until they take on open company.
Joel Rosario, he'll get the mount. Antonio Avenis for Rudy Rodriguez. Race 2 when we come back. Going to take a short timeout. Say bye to Mig here on the desk. Back to reporting. And Paulie coming back on the desk with me when we return. Stick with us on this Father's Day Sunday card from New Jersey and Belmont at the Big A.
American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Some incredible runners here in this Hall of Champions. Damascus 1967 Horse of the Year, Bold Ruler. The Great Ruffian, one of the all-time greats in our sport. The Bid, 1979 Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner, 26 for 30 in his incredible career. Reva Ridge Inside Information, the Hall of Famer, and won the Molly Pitcher here in the Jersey Shore, and the Hall of Famer is 14 for 17 on her resume. Paula Duca back with me as we get set for race 3 coming up. A 1-5 favorite, had to really earn it.
Yeah, I really did. In race number 2, did run Happy Pappy, but was able to get the job done. Now 2 for 13 lifetime. Sonny Leone went to the front end on the Deucener Gunnery Sergeant and just was not able to hold off. Run Happy Pappy, the 5-year-old, gets it done in here. And, you know, to go back to the banners, they also have the 2007 Breeders' Cup. As we look at the winner's circle, the 2000 Breeders' Cup winners, English Channels there, Curlin. It's really, really cool to see as you see your big-time favorite in the winner's circle here at Monmouth.
Axel Concepcion for trainer Chuck Spina, 2 for 13 now. Bet all the way down to 1-5, but got a very stern challenge from this gray.
You know, I think Axel Concepcion did the best thing at staying away from the 2. When he got down to the 2 here, the 2 started to compete again. I think midway through the race, staying away from the 2 was the best thing he could do because the 2 started fighting back there towards the end with Sammy Camacho aboard. But Axel Concepcion now is like his 4th winner in the last 2 days.
And even with a 1-5 favorite winning, the early double for $1, better than $42 because of that massive upset with Wild Jamie in the opener.
You basically got 42-1, and what did Wild Jamie pay? $42, right?
Let's send it back to New York and to Sarah.
Thanks, Greg. As we'll see horses come out for the second race here, we are off the turf, so we'll be seeing a couple of main track only entrants draw in. And we'll start the post parade with Heaven Street, part of an entry here, a horse that ran 4th last time out on the dirt, did show speed that day with Manny Franco aboard and likely to be aggressively handled yet again in here. The 1A spun and won. I'm concerned a little bit about his recent form, but he's been facing some quality company. He has the right off-the-pace running style for this spot. Creditworthy is trying this surface for the first time, but there's some dirt pedigree to suggest he'll be able to handle it. Charlie's Express won with early speed as well. Likely needs to get a little bit faster to compete with some of your top contenders, but did run well in his last start. The one with the proven dirt form, that's Antonio Avenes, currently at 8-5, and actually your second choice and not favored in doubles. He's the one that has shown up against the classier types, this New York bred, and then certainly ready to go is Muazara towards the outside with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. It seems as though he is one that needs the lead to do his best running and will likely be forwardly placed as we will take a short break. And then we will get back to our second race right here at Belmont at the Big A, a contentious one in an off-the-turf spot.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray! He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to. And he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Of course, you want to be betting with Naira Bets. You can get signed up with the code MATCH200 if you head on over to nairabets.com for that $200 deposit match bonus. And we'll bring in Maggie Wolfendale here with boots on the ground out there. And it seems as though this is a race where the pace could look a little bit murky, as you have several that like to show some early speed, as well as a horse doing something new for the first time and credit worthy.
That's right. I was going to ask you about the pace, Sarah. I mean, it does feel like Mawazara is the likely fastest, but there's also a lot of horses who do their best running win forward. So we might see things get hot, but then again, that rarely happens around here. As we'll start, though, with Credit Worthy on my end, Sarah. And he's a horse that, oddly, I wrote first time out, moves more like a dirt sprinter. So I'm actually intrigued to see what he does here with Chad Brown leaving him in. Now, recommending him at even money or anything near that price is ludicrous to take that short of a price on him when you have a very strong dirt contender entered as MTO. But Sarah, I want to see how he does, but taking him at a short price just seems silly, as there is pedigree for him to handle it, being a son of Matoli. The dam won a dirt sprint, and there's a half that went 3 for 4 on the dirt as well. So enough pedigree, enough physical makeup to say yes, but I don't know about you. 4 to 5 seems short.
We knew that this was going to be a type of horse that was going to be overbet, coming in with the turf form that he has. Chad Brown, Ira Ortiz Jr., Klarovich Stables, but I agree he is interesting in terms of his actual chances to win. And here, that half brother that you mentioned, Cacciatore, he really moved up when switching over to the main track and rattled off 3 consecutive victories, earning an 88 Beyer speed figure in 2 of those, a 93 in his last victory. So he is intriguing getting onto this surface, but I agree he's just not a reliable bet at 4 to 5.
And 8 to 5 seems awfully inviting to take on Antonio Venice. As we'll look at him, he's coming off of a 3-month layoff, but honestly, he looks about as fit as Rudy could possibly have him. And sometimes when I've seen him come off these breaks, he doesn't look as such. You know, he looks a bit heavy, a little top heavy, honestly, for lack of a better way to put it, because he is a thicker bodied, more robust animal, but he looks very fine-tuned today, very defined overall. And I just liked his overall presence, and Rudy kind of experimenting with the blinkers coming off last time out, and it made him fairly game. So I think it's a good move.
And I think that he's going to sit the right kind of trip in here, a horse that we know is capable of showing early speed, capable of being on the front end, but I don't think that he's going to be in that position today as they are loading up. And I feel as though we're going to be dealing with a situation where maybe a horse like 1A Spun in 1 can refine some form. As we will get things sent on up in just a moment to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and the call.
Spun in 1 to the outside. Spun and 1. Going in. All set. And they're off. Antonio Venice breaks right on top Muzara with that early speed 2. Joining them is Heart Sent Charlie's Express. They all want a piece of the front end, as here's Heaven Street from At the Rail. Makes it 4 across the racetrack early. Now Antonio Venice will take back, is now in 4th. Credit Worthy is behind them in 5th, and the trailer Spun in 1. They work up the backstretch, and on the far outside, green cap, that's Muzara. Muzara pushing the tempo here of Charlie's Express. They went 21 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. At the Rail is Heaven Street, just waiting for a seam, and here's Antonio Venice. Took off of the early heat, caught a breather, and Credit Worthy is under a very tight hold. Ira Ortiz Jr. just looking for a seam, is in 5th, bottled up, in behind rivals, nowhere to go. Here comes Spun in 1, trying to launch a rally from the back. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and Charlie's Express is kicked on. Antonio Avenis is now ready to pounce, and Credit Worthy is cut loose, and Credit Worthy is just skipping across the track. Look at Credit Worthy open up. Credit Worthy is just running away from Antonio Avenis, who's a clear second, back to third. Charlie's Express. Credit Worthy wins this one, dominating. Credit Worthy won it over Antonio Avenis, Charlie's Express, and Spun in 1 in 1 minute 8.80 seconds.
Maggie, I don't know about you, but that was one of those performances where once he had some running room, wow, I was really impressed. And I think that we might see this guy stay on this surface at least one more time to give it a try.
I knew he looked like a dirt sprinter first time out, Sarah, and this was impressive. With that final time, you heard Chris Griffin stating the 108 and 4. He just was waiting to be launched, and he broke well, and Irad immediately put his hands down, and he said, all right, buddy, everybody else is gonna go, let's settle here. And he was just bottled up, and as soon as he got to the outside, you knew it was over his stride. You can see it, as Meg was talking about with regards to the first race and Stars and Stripes, you can really see a horse's physical action when they like this very wet going.
It looked as though he was demonstrating a turf quality turn of foot, but on the dirt, a horse that just always seemed loaded and was able to adapt well to sitting in behind horses, taking that dirt kickback for the first time behind that wall of other horses. But once he was let loose, it looked like I was watching something a little bit reminiscent, though not quite as fast as what we saw from a horse like Sovereignty taking the Belmont Stakes. This horse had a full head of steam there to blow by what is an accomplished dirt horse in Antonio Avenis, making his first start in quite some time for him, and he was able to adapt very well. Not the best bet at even money, but certainly ran like it, as we'll come back with some more action from Monmouth Park down at the Jersey Shore in just a moment. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. Gun Pilot up to 0.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage on this Father's Day Sunday. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 3 coming up here in Oceanport, New Jersey, Monmouth Park. Mile on the grass, $30,000 starter allowance as we get to our post parade here coming up. And we'll kick things off in just a moment here. He's got Swagger, Sonny Leone, Lindsey Schultz, who had a couple of actually very good efforts. Keeneland and Churchill the last time he was on the turf, but that was a while ago.
Yeah, if you look at some of his turf races, they're very competitive in here. And I think Lindsey may have this horse ready. He usually rides Fernando Haro, Sonny Leone aboard.
Space Launch, some very big performances on grass, was just third, beaten by Magical Marriage.
Should be the speed in here, or at least close to the pace.
There's Ohana Empire at 5-1.
Yeah, long shot in here.
Sprinter, Outlaw Country stretching out.
Yeah, that's the other horse in here. If that horse can break, will be the speed.
Here's Magical Marriage coming off that win.
Yeah, for Patrick McBurney, the 8-year-old.
Kathleen O'Connell with Spanish Noble.
I like this horse a little bit. It's 6-year-old by Noble Mission.
And Try Harder on the outside.
This is a horse by Oscar Performance. It's run only one time on the turf. It was last time. You would think would like going long, but this is a tough little group.
So 4 minutes to post. They're in this third of Monmouth. Mile on the grass. Favorite, the 7. And 5-2 in here. Magical Marriage. Public believing this 8-year-old can go back-to-back here on the grass as we send it down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, the rain has picked up. It is coming down pretty steady now, as witnessed by my past performances. We may need to get me some dry ones here. We'll start with the 3, though, Space Launch. Just making a really nice impression. I think he's going to set up in a really good spot, too, because the 5-horse Outlaw Country coming out of sprints should, I think, be on the lead. You know, you're coming out of 5 furlong races, stretching the 2 turns. It's always been my contention, too, that horses stretching out for the first time do it better than maybe they'll do it in subsequent starts, because the first turn kind of takes them off the bridle. They might want to get a little keen, run to that first turn, but then the turn comes up pretty quickly. It's not like a sprint race where you've got that long run down the backstretch, and then they'll come off the bridle, prick their ears, and settle a little bit. You get Chantel Sutherland there on Outlaw Country. And then the other horse that really caught my eye is the 8-year-old Magical Marriage. Pat McBurney, such a good horseman, worked for John Forbes for many years, and the horse is just extremely well turned out. And you get these turf horses that are getting a little bit older, a little long in the tooth, but a lot of them get real breaks. You know, they'll race through the summer while turf season's on, and then they'll get a few months to themselves and let Mother Nature do her job, and any little bumps or bruises or aches or pains naturally get healed up, and that's why they have the longevity they do, getting true breaks at different points of the year. So definitely a major player here, the 8-year-old Magical Marriage.
Mig, we'll take a look at that performance, that winning effort for Magical Marriage last time out, and the race in which he beat Space Launch. It was back on May 18th. And Samuel Moran in the irons, he's back aboard today.
Yeah, Space Launch is going to be the 3. Magical Marriage was the 4. And you can see Magical Marriage just kind of, you know, it says in the rallied 4 wide. You can see the horse didn't really rally 4 wide. It's actually the 5 horse on that day in the 4 slot, breaking for the 4 slot. But look at the way this horse strides out, and it's a blanket finish for second. So what do you want to do with that race? I thought it was a very good race by Magical Marriage. And, you know, 8 years old, and Mig said it, Patrick McBurney's been training for a long time. He used to serve under John Forbes, was his assistant trainer. John Forbes was a legendary trainer, and he knows what to do with these type of horses. If you look back, this horse has got a 91 buyer in the holster, an 88 buyer in the holster, and then got a little sour, but then that last race here on the drop might have got this horse some confidence.
Tough to look at that race and say how does Space Launch turn the tables, but you know, we have this X factor now with the weather.
Yes.
And this good turf course. Who does that benefit in here? We just don't know until we see it.
Well, the 7, you know, being by a son of magician, I know he's only 8. Usually the magicians being by Galileo, they like a little cut in the ground. I don't think it should be bad for the 7. I like the 8 a little bit in here, Spanish Noble at that price. Noble Missions, a horse that should like some cut in the ground. You get Axel Concepcion, nothing against Geron Barbosa, but Axel's a very good turf rider. So I think 11-1. And then the 2 in here is a major player with Sonny Leone and Lindsey Schultz.
Prices from that second Belmont of the Big A, credit worthy, getting on a dirt surface for the first time, and boy, did he like the wet ground, as he has now won 2 of his last 3 starts. Impressive for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Arad Ortiz Jr. As we get set to load here in a moment for this third from Monmouth. Yeah, he's got swagger, back to the 2 you were talking about. And the last 2 times that we did see him on the turf, again, it was May, April of last year. And even though certainly that most recent Churchill race, even though he finished 9th that day, earned a pretty big figure doing it against a lot better company than he's going to face here.
Yeah, and this is a drop in class. You make a good point there. And a horse that could probably sit a good trip in here. I mean, there's just so many chances in here because the X factor, like you said, a little cutting ground. And I got to give Monmouth a ton of credit. Back in the olden days when I grew up at Turf Paradise, when it was a sloppy racetrack, they used to move the races on the turf. So obviously the jockeys are saying the turf course is really, really in pristine condition. Probably better right now than the main track.
So 2-1 favorite, Magical Marriage, looking to go back-to-back. Again, you can play this race, all the action on this Father's Day and beyond, right there at NowRebets.com. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Punch in that code BONUS200 at sign-up to take advantage. There's 5 taking a little bit of play as well, Outlaw Country, and that's the sprinter stretching out. Chantal Sutherland for Kelly Breen.
I think everybody's looking at the first race, right? Little Jamie, or Wild Jamie, excuse me, took the field gate to wire. So they're thinking, okay, maybe it's a speed favoring course, and I think that's why this horse is getting played.
And an assist, too, with the 6 coming out. It's going to help Outlaw Country try to last on the front end with the other pace maybe out of the race. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 3rd from Monmouth Park.
And to the outside post, Try Harder. Here's Try Harder coming up. We're ready to go. And they're off. In a very bad start for Outlaw Country, who missed the break and then stumbled badly right when he came out of there. Going to the lead, Ohana Empire. Magical Marriage a half length back in second early. Try Harder in the 3rd spot with Spanish Noble and Space Launch, who's down on the inside. Gap of 3 to Outlaw Country, and he's got swagger as they go into the first turn run. It's the long shot, Ohana Empire, making play on the lead. He's got a length and a half edge here early. Magical Marriage runs in the 2nd position. Space Launches 3rd with Try Harder and Spanish Noble. Between that pair, those 3 are 2 lengths off the pace. Gap of 2 to He's Got Swagger and Outlaw Country. Down the back stretch they go. Ohana Empire, 3 parts of a length ahead. Magical Marriage went off as the 6-5 favorite in a good position running in 2nd, going well over the good turf today. Then comes Space Launch down on the inside 3rd with Spanish Noble and Try Harder, who's parked 3 deep. Gap of 2 still to He's Got Swagger and Outlaw Country as they go into the far turn. They start to pack up into that turn. Ohana Empire still in front. Magical Marriage, without being asked, is still 2nd, but he's only a half length back, rounding the far turn run. Space Launch has come under a hard ride. So is Try Harder, who's in the 3 path and losing position at the top of the lane. Spanish Noble, 3 wide off the turn, clearly into 3rd as they swing off the corner. Magical Marriage just ran right by Ohana Empire like he was standing still, and it's Magical Marriage with a furlong to go, the one to reel in here. Spanish Noble chasing hard on the outside here. Magical Marriage in front from Spanish Noble, but it's Magical Marriage who's going to hold him off. Magical Marriage, your winner over Spanish Noble. Tight for 3rd. He's Got Swagger, might have got it over Space Launch.
Trainer Patrick McBurney has this 8-year-old in the form of his life. Back-to-back wins. Back-to-back wins. Magical Marriage for trainer Patrick McBurney. 7-8-2 finish.
Just sat in a really good spot off the pace setter in here. Ohana Empire, who 3 starts back was dead last, so an unlikely pace setter, but the 5 Outlaw Country didn't get off to the best starts. And the 7 was just able to outfinish the 8. And the 2, He's Got Swagger, came on for 3rd late here, but 6-5 on Magical Marriage.
Well, starting to get some company mid-stretch,
Yeah.
and then just held everybody off. 6-5 in the end.
Just shows a little bit of class. Now, this horse got a lot of more seconds than wins, but today showed a little bit of grit. Man, Spanish Noble was able to get right up to the hip. But like I've said this before, when you look at any time of horses that got cut in the ground, look at the 3 horses that ran first, second, or third, or actually first and second. Both got Galileo. The 7, obviously, Magician being about a Galileo. Noble Mission being by Galileo.
5 got left of the gate, was nowhere near the front, was in fact last early with that poor start. Ohana Empire somehow was in front, a horse that looked like he was going to be last early.
Yeah, it was crazy. He's a horse that, like I said, has been, dead last in a couple of starts. But I think when the 5 broke so bad, Sammy Camacho thought, okay, let's go to the front end here and see what we got, and was able to lead him around there for at least about 6 or 7 furlongs. But no doubt about your winner there, Magical Marriage, an 8-year-old with back-to-back wins.
7-8, 2-3 finish, 6-5 favorite. Magical Marriage the win. Meanwhile, back at Belmont at the Big A. Race 3, New York Breds, $30,000 maiden claiming race. So all for sale for that $30,000 prize. They'll try and get that first win on the resume, sprinting 6 furlongs in this race coming up. It's the 8 Magic Beach has had a lot of opportunities. It's the 11th start for the 2-1 current favorite. Linda Rice Barn, Jose Lescano, Next Door Free Dance taking support as well, as is the lightly raced Nikos, the 2 for Gregory Sacco, making just his second start coming up in his 3-year-old debut. We'll be back with the post parade next.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York Breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Horses about to go out for the post parade in race number 3 here, as we have the New York Breds going out for a maiden claiming race, a $30,000 maiden claiming, and it seems as though it's a pretty evenly matched group amongst the ones taking some money. But we'll get this post parade kick started here in just a moment with a horse who is making the debut. This one by a horse in Union Jackson, and out of a dam that is a little bit more turf meant, but did win her first 2 starts on the dirt. Amir Shashakli, the trainer, did have a big upset victory the other day with Widdershins at a huge price. Says, Maggie's taking half of this post parade for me.
That's right. Number 2 coming out here is Sarah is Nikos for Greg Sacco, taking some money, and rightfully so. This horse, I think, ran better than it looks on paper and does get Lasix for the 3-year-old return.
And 9 and 4 is going by a big price in here, and those gate antics are becoming a habit.
Number 4, All Apologies for Bruce Brown, a first-time starter by Leah Frick. Kendra Carmouche gets aboard. This guy on track looks ready to go. Number 6, Army Proud, dropping down again, second off the bench. A horse that has some dirt races and those off-the-turf events that make him a player.
And Free Dance, he's had his opportunities. He has run faster on dirt than a horse like Army Proud, but I don't like that he's been showing less early speed as of late over the main track.
And rounding out the field, a horse that has the look of professional maidenism. I just made that up, and that is your 2-to-1 favorite. Number 8, Magic Beach. Boy, out of 10 starts, he has been second or third half of those times. Really seems to lack that killer instinct, Sarah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It looks as though his last 2 races, yes, they've been some of his faster efforts, and yes, he has shown more early speed, and depending on what these first-time starters do, it's totally possible that he could be controlling things early towards the outside in here, but I just can't take a horse as your favorite who's had the most opportunities to get that victory and keeps settling for minor placings. As we're going to talk about the number 2, who's just making the second start, this one, 3-year-old debut, first-time Lasix for Greg Sacco and Nikos. And this horse had an eventful debut race where we did not see this one get out of the gate all that quickly, as we're taking a look at that start back in October as a 2-year-old. And this horse ends up being far back early on, but then you can tell that this one really wants to be engaged early on with those pace setters, really bringing Manny Franco, who was aboard that day, who will be back aboard again and here up towards the front end, and keeping this one up towards the early pace setters. Actually made the lead at one point in here before tiring understandably. And Maggie, do you think that this one could show a little bit more early speed today?
Absolutely, and he's warming up as such, as Manny Franco took him away from the pony immediately. He was quite strong, heading over to the backside, and he is full of himself. And honestly, Sarah, he's the horse that caught my eye the most in the paddock. I was not present for his debut, but he really makes a fine impression coming back here as a 3-year-old. Looks fit, looks strong. You know, it's a little I don't want to say ironic in a way that they choose the dirt for him, because honestly, he looks like a turf horse a bit more because of that Artie Schiller influence on the bottom side. But like I said, these wet sealed racetracks, sometimes you get those more turfy types to appreciate them a bit more. The rain, it's just kind of misting out here, so I think all the hard stuff is over. Not that we're going to see drying out conditions, but at least we're not going to get any more rain.
Well, it's good news for you as you are out there and on the grounds. And look, Army Proud is one that is making the second start off a little bit of time away. This one going out for Joe Sharp. And I feel as though first time in for a tag on the dirt for this horse, and both dirt starts, they weren't that bad relative to the company this one is going to be facing.
No, that's right. And I've always been a big fan of this horse's dam, JC's Shooting Star, and she was a mare that could handle both surfaces. Look, he looks incredibly fit and strong coming back here, second off the bench. I wonder, he doesn't have the best feet in the world, and sometimes I get concerned when horses have that kind of compromised foot, that they don't necessarily love the wet, because it'll sting them a bit here. But like I said, he is one that makes a lot of sense. He's 3-to-1, as we've seen now Free Dance go to favoritism. When we talk about surfaces, Sarah, Free Dance is one that has that quintessential off-track build, and this is the first time that he's going to get on it here for Ray Handel.
And looking at the who's who of 2-year-olds that he was facing against the company that he kept last year, you're looking at horses that are stakes quality types that have been competitive against Open Company, and very much so with Sand Devil, National Identity. Even a horse like Butta has a kind of that rock star pedigree, being a half to Chowda and Lobster. So certainly has every right to take a step forward in here. I just don't love that he hasn't shown quite as much early speed, but he could end up being the class of this race. As you had some interest in what you were seeing from the number 4, the first time starter, All Apologies, maybe a little hunch play for Paul LaDuca.
That's right. And I can't not think about the Nirvana song, which the name of it's escaping me, but when Kurt Cobain sings, All Apologies. So that's stuck in my head now. Thanks, this Bruce Brown trainee. For Michael Schrader, the owner, and the dam, she wasn't great. She won a dirt sprint, but the second dam, actually a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, and this one's dam have to a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter by the name Ancient Rome. So while Leah Frick a little bit more proficient with his horses going longer, there's plenty of precocity and speed types on the bottom side. And this guy, he's a little bit more of that kind of narrow frame, which lends itself well to the going today. And the entire, nearly 20 minutes that I've observed this horse, he has not put a foot wrong. He has acted like he's been here, done that before, and I always appreciate it with those first-time starters, and he looks fit. So we'll see what kind of talent he has. I also like the fact that Kendrick Carmouche climbs aboard. It feels like when Bruce Brown feels as though he has a live one, he will reach out to Kendrick. So I think he could make some noise here, as he was taking some nibbles, kind of drifting up a little bit, but still one I feel as though could be live, Sarah.
And it won't take a heroic effort to get the job done in here at First Asking. Maggie, thank you. You're singing Nirvana. I'm singing a little All By Myself and changing the words to be I do want to be all by myself up here on the desk. So we are seeing another first-time starter there go by. And Amir Shashakli did have a big price winner the other day in Widdershins, who did have plenty of pedigree but hadn't done much running in his prior starts. Free Dance. It seems like the public is settling on this one as your favorite, a horse who has had several opportunities. He's had 8 chances now. I don't like that he's been less forwardly placed in his recent starts, but he might have a little bit more gas out of the gate today, and he certainly used to. The interesting horse is the number 2, Nikos, with that trip first time out. I ultimately landed on the number 6, Army Proud, a horse who just has less opportunities to disappoint over this main track and first time in for a claiming tag over this surface. But it's a wide open event and you don't have a ton of form to go on here, as plenty of these horses, they've either had too many chances or we haven't really seen much of what they can do, as they'll finish loading up here, and we'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and the call.
All Apologies goes in. 3 out, Army Proud. Free Dance. Magic Beach, last to load to the outside. Here's Magic Beach stepping forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Magic Beach from the outside draw right out towards the front. Here comes Nikos. Wants to apply some pressure, and now Nikos puts ahead in front of Magic Beach, who's back to second. Chasing at the rail. Kimball Union is in third, is alone in that third spot with Army Proud in fourth. 4 outside, Free Dance is in fifth, 6.5 off the lead. The 2 at the back, 9 and 4 with the trailer. All Apologies. They're chasing Nikos as they move into the far turn. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Settling off the pace was Magic Beach, who's back for more for Lescano, and Magic Beach is ranging up on the outside. The front 2 are well clear. 5 in front of an all-in Army Proud, trying to cut into the margin. Free Dance, Romero Mirage, they're on the move from far back in 9 and 4. They've got a lot of ground to make up on the leader. Magic Beach, it's Magic Beach who reaches the top of the stretches in front and kicks clear. Free Dance is making up ground towards the outside of Army Proud, and the leader is tiring. Here comes Free Dance from far, far out of it. Free Dance, Magic Beach is trying to hang on. Wandering towards the inside was Army Proud, and Free Dance now opens up. Free Dance had that clear running lane, and Free Dance will win it going away. Army Proud second, Magic Beach, and 9 and 4 in 1 minute 10.35 seconds.
Your favorite does oblige here with a move from off the pace that turned out to be a winning one. Maggie touching on how she liked this horse warming up over the off-going and that he would appreciate it, and he certainly did in here. Remember getting the victory with him, and it seemed as though once he started to get motoring towards the outside and the pace was honest enough, he was going to be a force to be reckoned with coming into the stretch. We saw Army Proud make up a little bit of run, but it always seemed like Free Dance was traveling a bit better of the two as both of them started to come out. Magic Beach, your front runner right now, tiring a bit, switched back to the inside lead, and he does drift a touch, which did have Army Proud switching over to that inside lane for clear sailing, but I don't think it was much of anything in terms of costing anybody a better placing in free dance. Ends up winning comfortably here. A formful start to the card as we see your favorite get the victory for trainer Ray Handel. And I will actually be heading out of here for a little bit as Andy Serling will be taking over the fun spot of being all by himself on the desk, as we'll be back soon with America's Day at the Races.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Good to have you with us on this Father's Day from Oceanport, New Jersey. Live action from Belmont of the Big A as well. We wish we had a day like that. Gotten a little bit of rain this afternoon. And we've just been told races remaining for the rest of the afternoon have been taken off the grass. So we're off the turf now here at Monmouth Park's sloppy and sealed main track. You can bet all the action right there at NowRaybets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Promo code BONUS200 to use at sign-up for new members to take advantage of that. Race 4, Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, the MIG here with you in Oceanport. 6 furlong sprint allowance optional claiming field coming up. Paulie, it is John Jay, the 4, who is a slight favor right now, but just about everybody being given a shot in this race.
Yeah, John Jay, the 6-year-old gelding, if he can get away from the gate, which has been kind of his issue, he's probably the speed of the speed in here. I think the 2, Meet Me at Mondays, is another horse in here that can show some pace from the inside. But there's not a ton of pace in this race.
I thought Macron, the 5, definitely the horse to beat. He's the back class of the field, but maybe just too tough a prospect because you want to be forward on this racetrack?
Yeah, you know, that's a good question. This horse comes off a really nice win, did not break well, came from off the pace, actually first time blinkers as a 7-year-old. I mean, maybe had blinkers way back when, but this was a pretty good win. Now, I don't know if it suits this kind of racetrack, because I thought Riyadh Moon, the horse that's on the outside of him, was very impressive last time. But if this Gray runs this kind of race here, he's going to be tough.
He, going back to 5 and 4, that was quite a long time ago. He's a 7-year-old now. He's run some huge efforts. We've seen this horse a lot, and I know you have as well when you were on site out in Hot Springs. He's run some very big efforts. He's been around for a while, closing in on $500,000 in earnings, and showing in that performance last time out, he's got plenty left.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's 1 for 12 over wet tracks, but he's got 4 seconds, so that doesn't bother him at all. So you're getting 5-2. I just think Riyadh Mood on the outside was coming off such a long layoff last time out and kind of just circled that field. I thought it was a very good effort. Now, he's going to have to improve a little bit more, and I think he'll end up being your favorite when it's all said and done. The 5 and the 6 are very close in odds.
5-2, 5-1 separates just about everybody with the exception of the 3-horse Rabbit Hound. As we get set for our post parade here coming up, we're going to kick things off with the 7-year-old who may be the speed of the field, who now inherits the rail, the 2. Meet Me at Mondays, 5-1 right now with Axel Concepcion, winner on Bracket Buster and yesterday's Naira Bets Pegasus.
Yeah, this is a horse that's 7 now, but by competitive edge. And you're right, could be the other speed in here if Axel wants to push the button, as they're going to turn around here pretty soon. And this is a horse that was claimed 3 starts back and has improved in his last 2 efforts.
Rain had let up for quite a while. Then we get that report from Mig. It started to come down pretty heavy again, and not soon after that, management made the decision, going to take the rest of these turf races off the grass today. So some adjusting for your handicapping going forward. This race, though, meant for the main track, but race 5 to come. Now move to the dirt for that 5.5 furlong sprint. Here is Meet Me on Monday. So inside post with Axel Concepcion.
Yeah, this one for Premier Stable does have $293,000 in the bank.
Blinkers going on Rabbit Hound.
I thought this was the other horse in there that could be sneaky.
John Jay was favored, still at 5-2.
Yeah, the son of Hardspun going to try to take him gate to wire.
It's a good price on Macron with his back class.
Yeah, had blinkers last time. It was a good effort.
Riyadh Moon just won on a sloppy track, coming back for his 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, the other gray in here. And then the 7, My Handsome Man with Jose Batista aboard, 2 for 43 lifetime. I thought the horse was the one outsider, but was taking a little bit of money. I know it's short field, but I'd rather go with the 2 and the 3 rather than the 7 in here.
3 minutes to post here in this 4th from Monmouth. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, the rain just really picked up markedly over the last half hour, and kind of anticipated the remainder of the turf races coming off. And I got to say thank you to Veronica bringing me down her raincoat, because I'm already pretty wet, guys. But let's get to horses. The 2, Meet Me at Mondays will be my absolute top selection. This horse has some speed, and there's urgency from the rail. You're just going to have to send away from there. We saw Axel Concepcion pick up on these things early yesterday, and in a race that really doesn't seem to have a tremendous amount of speed signed on, I do think with the rail draw and the urgency, he could be the one that goes and makes the running. He also has a win in off-going. The 5, Macron, listen, really nice wins, got some big figures, but he does not get out of the gate well consistently. You just look at his running lines: off step slow, lost footing, hesitated, off slow. I just don't want to take that kind of risk in today's conditions. And the 6, Riyadh Moon, major player here. Comes off a big win in sloppy conditions here at Monmouth. When he turned back in distance, he's a horse that flashes speed, routing, and now with that sharp sprint under his belt, maybe he can be in close proximity to Meet Me at Mondays. I want to be forward. Days like this, I want them to run where I've already been.
Mig, thank you for that. And yeah, with Macron, good point Mig brings up with the slow starts. It seemed like they were trying connections to address that problem, putting blinkers on him last time out. It didn't help.
Yeah, it didn't help, but the result worked, right? He didn't break well, but he was able to circle the field and hit the head of the stretch with a half-length lead, and then was able to hold on.
He just got a lot faster races than a lot of these, but will the wet track be the great equalizer?
Yeah, but when you look at Macron, don't expect him to fire out of the gate. Every one of his races, he breaks bad. I mean, reminds me a little bit of a great horse called Colby's Back, who obviously, if he would have been able to break well for Peter Hurton, he would have been a major. He was still a Grade 1 winner. But, you know, Macron just leaves a lot to himself when he breaks bad. And when you have a horse like Riyadh Moon that off that last layoff just looks sharp and looks good on the racetrack.
He does make a nice appearance. Formerly with Steve Asmussen, and they consistently went long with his horse, trying to break his maiden. And then the first time in his career, coming off a maiden claiming win, moving to a new barn, they shorten him up, gets a wet track, and he responds and goes back-to-back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it was a good effort last time, and he didn't get bet. He was 11-1. I think a lot of people were going, okay, going to give him a race off the layoff, but boy, did he fire. Maybe it was the wet surface, and he gets it again today. You know, if you're looking some other options in here, I thought the 3 Rabbit Hound, a horse that's cutting back in distance. If you look back at the 1-6 furlong race, it was off the layoff for the Timothy Marthin barn with Tyler Bacon aboard. That was behind B-Sud. That's a really good race, closing up for third, got a 73 buyer, now gets the blinkers on. I think, you know, obviously Dan Ward trying to get this horse a little bit closer. His horses have been firing. I know he's got probably the favorite in here in the 5, Macron, or second choice, but the 3 could be a player.
9-1. Rabbit Hound blinkers going on. It drawn inside. Axel Concepcion on Meet Me at Mondays, the 2. He has to go, does he? I mean, looks like he's the fastest in here anyway.
Yeah, the 2 or the 4. Here's the thing about the 4. He has trouble getting out of the gate. He gets out of the gate. The 2 and the 4 are going to probably go to the front end. That's why I kind of like the 3 a little bit, maybe to draft behind them. But he's got to be quick out of the gate because Macron and Riyadh Moon are going to be on top of the 2 pace setters.
You would think both those 2, absolutely. The 5 and 6 going to be finishing late as Riyadh Moon becomes your 3-2 favorite here off that win on a sloppy sealed track in the Monmouth debut back in May.
It takes one bad break. If the 4 does not break good in here, the 2 could be gone.
Yeah, that could be problems, yeah, for the rest of this field, the way this track's playing here to run him down. 3-2 favorite, Derek Ryan, first time in his barn. Riyadh Moon a win with Sammy Camacho. Back aboard today. See what happens here in the 4th, 6 furlong sprint. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Macron coming up. Riyadh Moon. And to the outside, My Handsome Man to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Riyadh Moon, pretty alert today, close to the pace with Meet Me at Mondays, who has a share of the lead. John Jay with that pair as well, wedging himself between horses. Meet Me at Mondays, hard sent to keep pace. John Jay, neck in front. Meet Me at Mondays right there to the inside. Riyadh Moon, 2 lengths off the pace in the 3rd now with Macron to the outside. Then the other gray, Rabbit Hound, who's second to last. And the trailer at the back is My Handsome Man as they go into the far turn run. Meet Me at Mondays, John Jay, 1-2. John Jay neck in front of Meet Me at Mondays. Here comes Riyadh Moon, and farther out is Macron. They're moving as a pair, and they are swarming those early leaders. Macron and Riyadh Moon, the 2 favorites, put away Meet Me at Mondays and John Jay at once. They could not keep up. The others well out of it. 2-horse race, and Macron trying to make it a 1-horse race as he puts a length and a half on Riyadh Moon. Now it's 2 lengths, 1 furlong to go. Macron all alone on the lead. Riyadh Moon second. Rabbit Hound up into that position with him. There's a 16th to go. Macron needs to find more because Rabbit Hound's coming. Rabbit Hound, Macron going to hit the wire together, and it's tight. Rabbit Hound on the outside got it. Rabbit Hound, Sonny Leone got there just in time. Macron second. Riyadh Moon completes the gray horse trifecta, and My Handsome Man was fourth.
Macron desperate for that wire. Look at this 3 Rabbit Hound under Sonny Leon close the ground.
You got to give Sonny a lot of credit. He was on this horse from the beginning to get him going, and I think he tagged this horse late. Yes, he did. He got up. My goodness, at about 10-1. But he was after this horse from the beginning. This was a horse that was cutting back in distance, and I actually think the rider on the 5 here, Isaac Castillo, thought he had this race won. Does he put away the stick here late? No, he's riding out. Wow, that's a bad beat if you had the 5.
Ran a big race, but could not hold off this long shot Rabbit Hound, who wins for the 4th time in his career. Blinkers on, 14-1 on this 5-year-old. 3, 5, 6, 7 finish. Big upset on this wet going here in Oceanport, New Jersey. We take a timeout. Flavia Pratt had a very productive Saturday in the Jersey Shore. Now back to work in South Ozone Park. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Back with you on our Sunday action here on Father's Day, Fox Sports 1. And a huge upset here in Oceanport. 14-1 shot. Rabbit Hound comes and gets Macron for the win.
Yeah, congratulations to Dan Ward, his gray son of Ransom the Moon out of the Tappet Mare Minx. And like you said, the blinkers went on. Sonny Leon gets up in the shadow of the wire, 31-80 on the win end.
Sonny Leon, Dan Ward barn, and 4th career win for Rabbit Hound. That was a thriller down the stretch. Tough beat if you like Macron. Flavia Pratt back in New York after a big Saturday afternoon here on a couple of huge favorites. Monmouth Stakes redistricting. He said, not going to play any games here. Best horse in the race, put him on the lead and go gate to wire.
This horse was impressive. I really, he impressed me a lot, the way he kicked away, because, the horse that ran second to him was Otago, got a great trip. This horse just powered away Klarovich Stables. It's a nice little horse.
And obviously superior in terms of who he was facing in this spot. But you like how that number came back. 102 Beyer speed figure on a horse that has, aspirations for grade 1s down the line.
And you can see his mounts yesterday. He won the Salvatore Mile with Bishop's Bay, who was a heavy favorite. Maggie Go was a horse that was first time in North America, and I thought ran a good race. Lost to the other Chad Brown, and then a colt got beat late in the card there. Garamond was the one horse that was a little disappointing in there, but he just didn't like the racetrack. Bracket Buster took it to him early, and you could tell that Flavian, when he tried to push on Garamond, was not having anything of the racetrack, but all the other runners ran well for him.
Yeah, interested to see what Garamond can do coming back on a dry track. I think he's a lot better than that, but we'll see. And take nothing away from Bracket Buster. Big performance from him. For Victoria Oliver on the wet going. Fourth from Belmont at the Big A, 7/8 of a mile, $16,000 claiming race on the muddy going as we send it out to Andy Serling.
Thanks, Greg. I miss you, Greg. Come back and see me next Thursday. Horse is entering the track for the fourth race, and the one, Beachwalker, off a win. Rudy Rodriguez and Flavian Pratt will find today's field much tougher. The 1A is the other half of the entry, and the more speedy half, potentially the speed in here. Ruben Silvera is riding Funny Joke. I just think there are better horses near and better forwardly placed horses as well. The 2 Bold Victory hasn't won in quite a while, and he may be a bit pace compromised in this race. He'll need a fast pace to fall apart to be effective. The 3 High Tide is my choice. Expect him to come down a little bit from the 6-1. I think he probably wasn't meant to be in the lead last time to run his best race, and he is consistent with his figs. The 4 Suerte feels like a forwardly placed horse that ran fairly well last time under circumstances, but must deal with some other speed today. The 5 Wine Responsibility, a big long shot going in here. The number 6 Honorary Degree with Christopher Elliott riding for Eduardo Jones. I would say he did not get the best of rides in his last start. Not sure he's good enough here, but if you want one at a price to get a small piece, maybe it's Honorary Degree. The 7 is Divine Leader, taking a lot of money right now. Ricardo Santana is riding this horse for very dangerous connections, dropping severely in class. However, when he had his big win 2 back, it was for a trainer that has always historically won at crazy high percentages. The 8 President Z for Rick Dutrow and Irad Ortiz, taking that Irad money. He can win this race. He's run against better horses. The barn's a little bit cold. I prefer others. At 2-1, I'd avoid, but he's certainly dangerous. But a lot of IRAD money. Circling back to the number 3, High Tide, who I picked in this race, just think he's been ultra consistent. He seems to pretty much run the same number every time. And actually, the best buyer figure he had recently was on a sloppy sealed track, so he can handle the surface. He's shown a little more speed. I don't think you'll see him as forward today, but with Joel Rosario, I think he's very dangerous and a bit of a generous price right now at 5-1. The 4 Suerte should be forward, but with Funny Joke in here, he may face some serious pressure up front. And I just don't totally trust him. I know he finished ahead of the horse I like, but I think that the horse that I like in here, High Tide, may just get a better trip. As far as the 8 Presidency, the favorite with Irad, you're just taking the worst of it with Irad every time. I mean, you're not taking the worst of it from a riding skill, but you're taking the worst of it in price. They overbet them so heavily. When he won 4 back, I thought he was the benefit with the right flow of the race. Been a bit disappointing, but to be fair, his run against some better horses. Surprised he's not favored. Not exactly sure why Divine Leader is taking so much money, Maggie.
I don't know. I'll start with him, Andy, as he does get a bit of a drop in class, Divine Leader, but I've actually never seen him before, and he's a horse that, to me, just really looks weak, especially behind guys talking about number 7, since Andy threw to me on Divine Leader. But I do feel as though he comes out of a race in which it featured Gunnett wiring the field that day, and Gunnett was able to come back and win yesterday as well. He tried to go for the lead, but he wasn't quick enough. Then he kind of got shuffled back, and he just lost his way against $32,000 claimers, and today he gets cut in half to the 16. And he's been facing some, decent horses, but let's not forget, he was claimed by Current Connections for 16. So they're being realistic, I think. I just wish physically, and he is 8, so, Father Time possibly catching up a little bit here, but I do feel as though that he just could look a bit stronger overall, and I'm not the biggest fan of President Z's either. He's a horse that I've never really loved the way that he's moved, and he was so quiet in the paddock. I mean, his head was on the ground, and you see Irad Ortiz out there waking him up, trying to get him moving, as we do see the rider off here. Number 7, Divine Leader, looks like Ricardo Santana getting a leg up. No, I don't know what happened, but President Z, I'm just not his biggest fan. I get where he makes sense, but the horse who ultimately looked best to me was number 3 in here, High Tide for Fernando Abreu. I don't think he wants to be on the lead. I was shocked to see him up front and dueling on the front end last time out in what were fairly quick fractions for the distance. I think he wants a target. He wants to follow somebody. And this is a horse that throughout time, he's an 8-year-old too, that he looks better now than what he ever did as a younger horse. His conditioning, his coat, everything is the best that I've ever observed it from a High Tide. And he's shown that while he was a horse that preferred the turf early on in his career, that he is an accomplished dirt horse. And I think at this level, he can be very effective. We do see his price dropping. He's now 4-1, Greg, as we do see a rider off. Rod Ortiz, like I said, I guess he didn't like the way he was moving either. We'll wait for official word from Chris Griffin, but it does look as though he's taking the tack off of President Z.
Yeah, horse going back to the barn. Thank you, Maggie. So scratch President Z as you see Rod Ortiz Jr. taking that saddle off the horse and takes out the current favorite in this race.
Yeah, and it looks like the 7, Divine Leader, is going to be your heavy favorite in here for Chad Summers and Ricardo Santana, as this is a big scratch here. Now the 3 in here will take a lot of money out of High Tide, obviously, for Fernando Abreu and Joel Rosario, but hopefully everything's okay with the 8 and live to fight another day. It looked on paper this race was 7-8. Now it looks like the 7 will go down to your favorite, but I think the 6 at 19-1 is a ridiculous price. I think the rider change to Christopher Elliott's key. This horse has had bad beginnings over bad beginnings, and a horse that I think should not be 20-1. As you see, Irad going to get a ride home in the ambulance.
Interesting horse who is taking money that Maggie was talking about. You don't see a lot of horses who've made their career on the grass, like High Tide, the 3. 7 wins, almost $300,000 earned on the grass. Now making a name for himself, at least, I don't know about making a name for himself and, winning huge races, but a multiple winner now on dirt at least. And here, 2-1 second choice.
Yeah, I guess he just went sour a little bit on Rob Altris, and when they claimed this horse from Rudy Rodriguez, he'd run some good races, and he's always kind of right there.
There he is.
He always runs pretty good race. I mean, he's very consistent horse, and that's why he's dropping down now to 2-1.
Second choice on the board, and I do like the cutback in distance and getting a little bit easier company too.
Yeah, the easier company does help, dropping down for the 16. He's kind of the only horse in here really dropping down besides the outside horse, President Z, who was scratched, and then the 7, obviously, Divine Leader. But Divine Leader was in this condition at Tampa. He's obviously improved, but I don't trust that horse. I think the 6 is a solid play at 16-1. I just don't understand why the horse is that. And then the entry is taking money.
Meanwhile, Suerte's speed cutting back has not been great on and off track, though. Here's Chris Griffin, 4th from Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Divine Leader flashes early speed. Suerte's in the early mix. And here comes Funny Joke to join the early freight, too. It's Funny Joke towards the inside of Divine Leader. They're going to be a clear 1-2 as they work up the back stretch. There's Suerte the Grays. Well settled 3rd. On the far outside, here comes Honorary Degree is trying to run on with Wine Responsibly in between horses in that second group with High Tide, who's in 6th. Back there in 7th comes Bold Victory with the trailer Beachwalker. They work her up the backstretch, 22.57 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Divine Leader, who's in front. Divine Leader and Ricardo Santana Jr. doing it easily as they move into the far turn. Suerte is now taken 2nd over Funny Joke, trying to keep up here at the rail. Here's the run from Honorary Degree. From off the pace and joining that one is High Tide from the back. From far out of it, Bold Victory starts to launch a rally, just passing Wine Responsibly. Beachwalker still the trailer. Divine Leader is still in front. Funny Joke continues a battle on towards the inside, and Suerte. They're still chasing Divine Leader. Funny Joke tips towards the outside, is in pursuit of this leader, Divine Leader. And down the center of the racetrack is High Tide, and High Tide's got a lot of momentum. The leader is Divine Leader. It's Divine Leader in front, trying to fend off Funny Joke, who still keeps chasing this one. And here comes High Tide towards the outside. Divine Leader just finds enough and wins it. Funny Joke was second, then came High Tide and Bold Victory in 1 minute 22 and 4.
Divine leader Chad Summersbarn, Ricardo Santana Jr. Now 2 wins in the last 3 starts for this 8-year-old.
Yeah, dropping class did help, and this horse just went right to the front end. Ricardo Santana's just been really aggressive, and Suerte was the only one kind of chasing in here. Then the 1A got out and looked like he was going to make a little dent into that lead. Funny Joke. Another good ride by Ruben Silvera, but no doubt about the winner. Santana stays hot, and this son of Will Take Charge, an 8-year-old, gets his 8th career win.
Things going good for this horse right now, no question. So 2 wins, last 3 starts, couple of victories on and off track. And 7-1A 3-2 finish. Heavily backed. And even money here to get this victory in the 4th from Belmont at the Big A. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. This New Jersey bred, he's the pride of New Jersey. Millionaire. Bookham Dano still going strong after that big win in the Grade 3 True North at Saratoga.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on this Father's Day. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending part of your Father's Day Sunday with us. As we continue along, they're in Oceanport, New Jersey at Monmouth. Race 5, races for the rest of the day off the turf. This one meant for the grass, so now on the main track. 5.5 furlongs, and, we had a couple of early scratches in this race. Everyone else, since that announcement, has stayed in this race. So you look at the field, what's left, Novice Pirate, that is an incredibly generous 2-1 if that horse stays at that number. We'll continue to monitor that as we get closer, but it looks like, no question, the one to beat coming up. New Jersey breds in this 5th at Monmouth, and this is the pride of New Jersey. Grade 1 winner and millionaire Bookham Dano did it again. I know it said Grade 3, Paul, in that True North, that felt like a grade 1 with the field that lined up.
It really was. I mean, Paco Lopez gave this horse a tremendous ride to outdo Mulligan in the end. This horse 8 for 14 lifetime. And, man, Atlantic 6 Racing, they are a joy to be around. This horse, obviously, look at those guys. They were at Monmouth the next day. They were here at the Jersey Shore. They love this horse, and this horse has really become a big route here for a lot of people in New Jersey, and become a fan of, I think a lot of people have become a fan of this horse.
He beats Mulligan in that race, who was a 4-go winner at Saratoga last summer, who was the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Is Bookham Dano one of the top sprinters in the country?
I think he is. The thing about Bookham Dano, what Derek Ryan said, he always seems to draw inside. When he can draw outside, he's very dangerous. He wants to be outside of horses. And by the way, if you're live in the pick 5 or pick 4, they took this race off the turf. You have it all. If you're in the pick 5, you're getting $1,100 a copy, $1,200 a copy. The pick 4 is $34.05 a copy to all the horses.
And again, it's, if you're just playing this race straight up, what did you think? Novice Inc. Pirate, the 4, big standout?
I mean, just out those 2 races, Eddie Owens is such a good trainer, and this horse has got speed. Those last 2 races kind of tower over the rest of this group when it comes to dirt runners in here. Now, I know the 10 is a horse that draws off the also eligible in here, but not as fast as the 4, at least on dirt.
And you have several in this field who just, they've not proven they can run on dirt at all. And with this surface switch, that obviously is a major problem. We're going to look at this field post parade here coming up in a moment. Sloppy and sealed off the turf the rest of the way. And Novice Inc. Pirate, deserving favorite off that comeback effort. That was synthetic, and it was a good effort. But then on dirt, second beat less than 2 lengths. We'll get to him in a moment. Here's Billy's Legacy, and we'll see his debut long on the grass.
I would just treat this horse as a first-time starter. Did not run well on the grass, gets on the dirt.
The one to beat, here he is, Novice Inc. Pirate.
Yeah, probably the speed in here and the one to catch.
2-1 currently. The 5, Parato, Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, 0 for 3 on dirt, 0 for 11 lifetime.
TV Man at 9-1.
We'll be coming from way out of it.
2 dirt starts for Frankie G. Did not show much.
Yeah, didn't show much. Was bet first time out, though.
Feritovich cuts back.
Yeah, for Jamie Torres and Rory Houston.
I Can Explain as Jorge Gonzalez.
Yeah, a horse that's getting back on dirt.
And then also eligible that draws into the field. This will be the 3-year-old debut, You Dirty Dog outside.
The one thing about You Dirty Dog is, okay, the 4 is probably the horse to beat, but You Dirty Dog has run against Wild and Crazy Night, who ran second in an open race yesterday, who's a really good New Jersey bred. He's run against the best New Jersey breds when he was 2. So as a 3-year-old, he could progress. I can understand why the 10's the other horse in here.
3-1 right now with Axel Concepcion. Let's bring in JK for more on this 5th. How'd you feel about Novice Inc. Pirate, Jonathan?
Wolfie, I wanted to try to beat him, but I just couldn't find a way. I tried to get creative with the 5, Peroto, right? But if you look a couple races back for the 5, he was 35-1 into the teeth of Novice Inc. Pirate. And he ran poorly in that race. Novice Inc. Pirate handled him pretty well in there. He's had a race in between where he didn't run any better, the 5. So as I look, I tried very hard. The 4 has a tactical advantage. This horse has run well on the dirt before. This horse, is one that should be out in front. You look at the other horses' pace figures. I try to find anything that would even make the lead. I don't care if the horse is making the lead and running 30 figures after that. I was trying to find someone else who could make the front, and the only other horse that I could find was the 5. And I've already expressed how the 4, Novice Inc. Pirate, stands out. Hopefully Richie can spread a little bit more light on what he sees with these horses physically on the track, but from a paper standpoint, it's only the 4 for me.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm right along with you. I will say the 4, Novice Inc. Pirate, 3rd off the layoff, ran extremely well last time. I think he's the one most aided by the fact that the race comes off the turf. It's Hollycrest Farm. They've been breeding good horses in the state of New Jersey for as long as I can remember, and that's a long time. There's just too much to like, and from a physical perspective, he could not be any better turned out. The 5 Parado making a really nice impression, showing good speed going further, and he did show good speed going 5.5, and another one third off the layoff, and I think he's a little bit interesting, although I think Novice Ink Pirate will be a little bit too tough to handle. And then the horse that's taking money on the outside, You Dirty Dog, which, out of a mare Pucci, so you understand where they got the name from. I'll tell you what I don't like about that particular horse. Chuck Speen is a really good horse trainer, does a very good job. This horse has 3 consecutive gate workouts. Now, it's not because they're trying to teach this horse how to break better from the gate. Usually that means a horse is just not enthusiastic about their morning workouts. They're not thrilled about practice, and they send them to the gate to get their blood up and get some work out of them. And usually those horses need a race or 2 off a layoff because they don't put a lot into their morning training. It's very unusual to see that many consecutive workouts for a horse that is already raced. And I'm speculating, but it's been my experience, that's why they do it. A horse just doesn't really want to train with enthusiasm in the morning.
All right, Mig, thank you. Y'all say this for the 4's become the 6-5 favorite. Now he deserves to be, Paul. And maybe he doesn't need the lead to win, but Parado, I know he's cutting back in distance, so maybe that'll dull that speed a little bit, but he does have some turf sprint speed. He's quick. And then Frankie G has shown speed sprinting on the grass as well, and he was forward in his 2 dirt starts. He didn't run particularly great late in the race, but a couple of horses who might try and put pressure on now this even money favorite.
Yeah, I think you're right with the 7. I would go with Frankie G because that horse debuted at 4.5 furlongs and had the lead early in that race and was kind of bet in a New Jersey bred race in a 7-horse field, and it's taken a little action in here, and you do get a layoff, so I think this horse could be fresh, but can he put enough pressure on the 4? And you make a good point about the 5 in here. I do think if there is a lot of pressure, the 6 is a horse at 18-1 you can get in the number in here. Not a terrible horse. I get it. 0 for 15 lifetime, but some of the dirt starts are not that bad. It's going to probably close up. The rest of this group is not much. So I'd probably be 4-10 on top, just in case the 10 runs, with the 7 and the 6 underneath.
4-5, and there's the favorite stepping into the gate right now. Novice Ink Pirate with Sammy Camacho. Set for the 5th. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Though has unseated the rider, and they let go, and there he goes. And he is running towards the 6 furlong chute, so we're going to have a slight delay. He's not going to get very far. Reared up, rider came off, and he got loose, and he is down by the 6 furlong chute, sort of trudging around. Stand by.
So we're going to have a delay here, and I believe they're going to back everybody out. The 5 got away, and there's Parado. They have caught up to him, so good news there. But that's the reason for the delay here in this 5th race.
And they haven't scratched him yet. We'll see. I think the attendant veterinarian's going to take a look at him, see if everything's okay. They have now backed all the other horses out just so that they can make sure that the other horses are okay and they don't get, in that gate. Woo, he's acting up a little bit. We'll see what happens. As you can see, by the way, I think they're trying to. They got like 3 ponies around him now. That other pony just chilling there. He's like, man, why are you acting up? I'm over here just all right on the right.
So, good news. Look, they caught up to him, and they have backed everybody out. So, yeah, lengthy delay here with that 3-5 on Novice Ink Pirate. And, Mig, I don't know if you caught what happened with Parado.
From my vantage point, guys, I'm still taking a little bit of cover here above the winner's circle in the tent. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but when a horse gets loose, if they didn't, lose their balance and fall over, if they didn't go far, they will, just reload them. But I'm seeing other riders get up their horses now, too. So we are going to have a lengthy delay. And obviously, you got to back everybody out of the gate. You can't keep horses in that confined space for too long before everybody starts acting up. So again, I wish I had seen exactly what happened. Just tough from this vantage point.
All right, so there's live look what's going on right now. But yeah, we have a few riders off their mounts. That's Frankie G, Sonny Leone, patiently waiting in the background. And yeah, as of this point right now, Parado is still on the board, the 5.
Yeah, he's still on the board. They look like they were going to get to reload. Now, we don't know what's going on with the 5, if they're still looking him over or not. Or the jockey, Isaac Castillo. There's the 5. Is that the 5? Yes, it is. See the veterinarian looking at him. They walked him around a little bit, gave him a little bit of a circle to see if he's okay. And it looks like they're going to start loading in. I think the 2 just loaded in there, Greg.
Mig, let's bring you back in here. What do you do in a situation like this to keep everything calm with your mount?
Well, it was unusual to see, I think it was Sonny Leone off his horse, because by the rules, every horse has to carry their weight the full time. And even if a horse, throws the rider and is not going to scratch, they have to bring that horse back to where the rider is and then remount, so he carries his weight the full distance to the starting gate. So it was a little unusual to see a rider off there not carrying their weight. Some people would say that's an advantage. But if you're on your horse, Greg, you keep your feet out of the stirrups, you stay as relaxed as possible, and allow your horse to feed on your calm energy.
Short price favorite. Thank you, Mig. Navasink Pirate, the 4 with Sammy Camacho as they reload. Let's go back to Matt Dinnerman.
He's acting up, and the rider came off. Shomar Torres, who did, by the way, a great job to keep a hold of him. He tried to play a little trick behind the starting gate. Now he's going to come up to the gate without the rider, Feratovic. Two back. I can explain. You Dirty Dog to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Laroff, I can explain, wins the start. Broke very sharply today. Navasink Pirate sent along hard to get forward position as well, and Frankie G is between those two down the backstretch. 3 runners across the track on the lead. Feratovic right off of them in the 4th spot. Billy's Legacy shuffled back in 5th early. You Dirty Dog kept on the outside, and then comes Peroto. He's making up some ground, in fact. Passes a couple runners. TV Man also as well in the second last spot going into the turn. Billy's Legacy not liking that kick back in his face. He drops to the rear. Around the far turn, Frankie G calls it an afternoon. 2 runners still on the lead together. Navasink Pirate inside of I Can Explain at 16-1. I Can Explain head in front. Navasink Pirate still battling with them at the top of the stretch here. Peroto is tipping outside in 3rd, 2.5 lengths to gain. And I Can Explain, who has a furlong to go, drifting out here to the center of the track as I Can Explain. Navasink Pirate running straight, and he's still in the race, but it's I Can Explain with a neck in front. Now it's a half length. Peroto is surging late, but he's not going to have enough to catch. I Can Explain, who wins at 16-1. Photo for second, Peroto and Navasink Pirate. You Dirty Dog was 4th.
Big upset here, cutting back a distance. Surface switch, obviously, turf to dirt here on this wet track, and I Can Explain 16-1.
Wow, it was the other Sea Wizard in here, the 9 who outdueled the 4, the Eddie Owens runner, and it looked like the 5 was trying to get up into second place, but very tight for second. I think it's 9-4 in there. The 2 Sea Wizards are going to run first and second, but this horse was always in good position for Douglas Nunn, and you get a giant price, like you said, at 16-1. So a couple prices in the last couple races here at Monmouth Park.
Mig, this filly beating the boys, and she had not shown a whole lot on the main track in 4 prior starts.
Well, talk about improved speed. A 3-year-old filly taking on boys and some older boys within this field as well. And she showed improved speed. She got to wander in a great deal through the stretch, but she was clear of anybody. She made everybody else behind her have to think about where she might be going next, but she was always a little bit clear. And this was a much improved effort, making her first start on the dirt for Douglas Nunn. He tried her on the turf, got her back sprinting here. And it came off the grass, and she got it done. I can explain. Well, guys, I can't explain how or why, but she got it done.
Yeah, this is a head scratcher. 9.54.
Yeah, 5 beat the 4.
Wow, yeah, Parado, who's the one who caused that delay, edging out the 6-5 favorite, Novice Ink Pirate for second in here. I could explain with a big upset in Monmouth.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's Mandaloon, and Mandaloon wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races at a sloppy Aqueduct. As horses are making their way on the track for the off-the-turf 5th race, and very oddly, the 1A, who's currently the second choice, Jurisprudence for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt, favored actually, a slight favorite in some of the multis. Makes no sense for a horse that ran once on the turf, trying the dirt, but there are far more experienced dirt runners, including the number 2, Unlimited Potential, Silvestre Gonzalez riding for Ilke Cantermachi. The stronger half of the entry, Costa Terra, being ridden by Manny Franco, also running for Ilke. The 10 is Margin of Error. Irad Ortiz riding this one for Rudy Rodriguez. In my opinion, the horse to beat, and the public agrees right now. Along with the 11, Smile Mon, off the claim for Jamie Ness and Ruben Silvera. The number 10, Margin of Error, that we talked about, just seems like a logical horse, a horse that can be somewhat forwardly placed. I mean, in a way, he's facing some tougher horses, but I'm not really sure. I thought he was in a much tougher field last time out where he ran a respectable 4th. Just seems like a very logical horse in this off-the-turf race where you probably want to stick to horses like the 2, 10, 11 that have run on the dirt as opposed to Jurisprudence, who's probably being bet for all of the wrong reasons. Going on to the number 11, Smile Mon. I don't really love these horses that Jamie Ness has claimed here. I suppose it's not impossible. The numbers off the claim out of town are extremely good. I just felt like of the horses with dirt experience, he was probably the least likely winner, but that margin could be slim. And frankly, at 7-2, he's not a bad price if you like him. Moving to the number 2, Unlimited Potential. He's a horse who's likely going to be forward in this race. He seems to run well most of the time. He ran well on a sloppy sealed track last time, but from a speed figure standpoint, he doesn't run his race on sloppy sealed tracks, and that might be a bit of a question mark for him I believe we're going to get more from Maggie, who's going to talk a little bit about jurisprudence.
Yeah, Andy, and jurisprudence broke his maiden first time out at Laurel, obviously on the turf. But boy, is he a good-looking son of Constitution, whom I prefer his progeny on the dirt. And if you do a little bit of digging, go back a generation, there is some dirt in the family, though in the first generation on the bottom side, it is more turf, as the dam and the siblings better on that surface. But looking at him, you know, he's not your out-and-out turf horse. Like, for instance, there was a horse switching from turf to dirt in the first race that was a tappet, but bottom side all turf, and just looks so turf meant. This guy, not necessarily. I can't totally rule him out here, but as Andy said, why would you take a short price on a horse like this? Now, blindly picking horses in the paddock, by far the best looking one and well turned out, but also on the flip side of that coin, is facing some kind of tried and true veterans, some horses that have way more racing experience than him, and two, look to be more forward in here, which I don't think is a bad thing, and that does include number 10, Margin of Air. And wow, first off, the claim here for Rudy Rodriguez, actually I've never seen this horse before. In the warm-up is when he kind of caught my eye. He really took a hold of Flavien Prat, attacking the ground out there, moving well over the surface, and just feels like a horse that I think should be forward in here. I don't know if he's as naturally quick as the next horse we'll get to, number 11, Smilemon, but he wasn't quick in his last start. Going the mile and a quarter, he blew the start. He just kind of hesitated a bit, and that put him behind the 8 ball. And furthermore, going a mile and a quarter, I don't think he really wants to go that far anyway. So, as Andy said, at 7-2, I'd much rather take Smilemon, whom, yes, hasn't necessarily excelled on a wet track, but I like the way that he galloped over it. He's really well turned out here. First off, the claim for Jamie Ness. His coat going back to April didn't look great, looks much better today. We'll see what he does. I'm hoping that Ruben Silvera can get him out of the gate, and this isn't a habit that he's suddenly forming now as a 5-year-old, because gate speed is probably the best weapon you can possibly have in racing, especially on these wet tracks. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Let's bring in JK here. Jonathan, jurisprudence, the only runner that stays from the body of this race here who's not a main track only, and just a moment ago was actually your favorite, 9-5 on a horse who started once. It was on the grass. What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. You know, last time it was an off-the-turf race. He didn't run him. To me, it's almost like I'm not quite sure. It's a play against for me. Maybe there's something condition book-wise or something as far as a racing office is concerned, not wanting to scratch, wanting to keep a date, making sure you get in, maybe at Saratoga or wherever it might be. I don't see this horse ran on the turf on debut at Laurel. The horse was off the turf last time, didn't run, and now is running here today. I prefer the 2 Unlimited Potential. This horse has been a very goofy one throughout his career, but I do trust him on this surface.
Yeah, some fairly accomplished runners in this group on dirt, but a horse right here. Obviously, Chad Brown Barn, Clarvich Stables Oaks, they win a lot, but just one start, it was on the grass, not on this surface, but still taking money with Flavien Prat aboard as well. But Margin of Error, the 10, an 11-time winner over $400,000. Unlimited Potential, the 2. This one over $260,000. Smilemon, the 11 for Jamie Ness. That one moves in. He's accomplished. And Costa Terra, the outside post. It's with one with very good dirt form as well. Tough task for this 1A. 5th, Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Step slow for Costa Terra, the far outside. Speed from Margin of Air right to the front and towards the outside is Smilemon to join that early leader 2. Jurisprudence is in behind them, is now going to be a close-up third. To the outside, Unlimited Potential, and at the back, the trailer is Costa Terra. They're chasing Smilemon, and Ruben Silvera will dictate the tempo. Here comes Unlimited Potential towards the outside. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Smilemon is up by that 3/4 of a length. Unlimited Potential will apply the pressure. Back to third is Margin of Air. Here's Jurisprudence up on the outside of that rival as they travel as a pair. and the trailer is still Costa Terra. Smilemon is in front only by a half length, encouraged to keep up this pace. 45 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Smilemon and Unlimited Potential is a looming presence towards the outside. Here comes Unlimited Potential to put ahead in front. Unlimited Potential. Smilemon is fighting on towards the inside. Margin of Error is taking a clear third. Jurisprudence is making hard work of it. And from the back, Costa Terra. It is Unlimited Potential trying to run away with it right now, and Unlimited Potential is up by a full length. Smilemon won't go away, keeps battling on towards the inside, switching towards the outside. Costa Terra, Margin of Error. It is still Unlimited Potential is now up by 2.5, almost 3. Battling on Smilemon is trying to hold second as they're inside the final 16th. No doubt, it's your winner, Unlimited Potential. Got it. Unlimited Potential over Smilemon, then came Costa Terra and Margin of Error in 1 minute 35.44 seconds.
Unlimited Potential, 3 wins in the last 5 starts now, 6th win overall. And it is one of the main track onlys here who gets the victory. Okai Kantrimachi Barn owns a piece of this 6-year-old son of Union Rags as well. Sylvester Gonzalez in the irons for the victory. And skipping over this wet track was 3rd over a wet track against a pretty good one named Pentathlon last time out. And it's all Unlimited Potential here in the 5th. Prices from this when we come back. Chad Brown, Klarovich, they kept in a horse in the race we just saw. Trying that horse, despite the surface switch, didn't work out. Certainly worked out with Ways and Means, one of the top filly sprinters in the country. What a bounce back effort at Belmont at Saratoga.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Jockey coming through, guys. Clear the lane, please. Clear the lane, please. Jockey coming through. Jockey coming through. Thank you.
Heads up. Thank you.
Jockey coming through, guys. Please clear the lane. Watch your back. Watch your back.
What race is this?
That's the Belmont. Yeah, next to you. Thank you.
Shot 2.
What's up, guys?
2?
Who's taking the picture? Come here. Sorry.
I'm trying. Thank you so much. Congratulations for me.
Hey, one more selfie.
One more selfie, Johnny V.
Yes, guy. Hold on.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. The other way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a great ride.
John Velasquez, he's been a popular man throughout his entire career, but he was incredibly popular Belmont at Saratoga Week. Who would have thought 6 stakes wins, and Fierceness was not one of them. He got beat in the Met Mile. He led all riders with 9 wins for the week.
Yeah, it showed the young boys that the old man still got some legs and can still win. He's such a clutch rider, and this was such a cool moment. I referenced this to a lot of spring training that you get a lot when it comes to baseball. You're able to go into the crowd and go through the crowd. Reminds me a lot of Vero Beach, Florida, where I actually cut my teeth when I was signed by the Dodgers. You were able to walk through the people, and people were able to touch you. And, you know, you got world-class athletes like Irad, like Johnny V. You don't get that accessibility in any sport. Let's be honest. I understand they're not as popular as LeBron James or some of those other people, but you're not going to be able to see LeBron James at all up close. And when we get to the Saratoga meet, you'll be able to dunk some of these guys in the dunk tank. So it's a lot of fun, and I think the accessibility of the jockeys, that's what makes Saratoga so special.
Yeah, it's like nowhere else. Mig, as you well know, you spent so much time there. And what was that experience as a rider like for you when you're there with that tremendous crowd?
It's so much fun. You know, you're playing to a packed house. It gets your energy up. There's days you're dragging. You ride a whole card, you're tired, and the crowd keeps you up. And like you guys know, Saratoga, that ambiance, that feeling, the excitement is palpable. So it's a great thing. Johnny Velasquez is a marvel to me. His legs are still rock solid. 20 years ago, he looks the same as he did 20 years ago. Now, Jacinto Vasquez, a great rider, 2-time Kentucky Derby winner, Hall of Famer, asked me once, what's the first thing to go on a rider? Is it their heart? Is it their legs? Is it their eyes? You know what the answer was from Jacinto? Their customers. Guys?
It's a good point. And he's keeping a lot of those good customers still around, including Todd Pletcher, who he rides Fierceness for. He's still in demand.
Yeah, you know, he took a little bit of a risk, right? He went out and he started riding a lot of the Bob Baffert horses. He went out to California, and now obviously Todd has just got that bond with him over the years, and he's always going to stick with him because he's clutch. He reminds me a lot of the East Coast Mike Smith. They obviously rode together on the East Coast, but when it comes to big days, Johnny V and Mike Smith show up even at their age. They're such in great condition. They still go to the gym every day, and like Mig said, you know, customers are key in this game.
Yes, they are. You want to keep that business credible with Sovereignty accomplished. There's no question he's a leader of this 3-year-old division right now. Outside of him, who are you most looking forward to seeing running back that we saw perform Belmont at Saratoga Week?
I think it's Ways and Means. I just think that she's finally, I mean, we know she's had tremendous talent. I think she's figured everything out. I think the gait was always an issue for her. It was whether she needed this or that. Wow, that was impressive what she did at Saratoga. She was straight all the way through. I think the quirkiness has gone a little bit here, Greg, and she is a major, major player going on through the year.
Dusted her rivals in the bed of roses. I think everyone was sort of ready to hand this Filly Mare Sprint Division over to Copion. Not so fast.
Not so fast, yeah.
This performance, this is going to be a real battle between these two. 111 Beyer speed figure in that performance. I can't wait to see those two go head-to-head again because she was sensational.
Listen, Copion's a fast horse, too, but I think Wayne's and me's just kind of figured it out. Now, you could say she likes Saratoga. It's kind of where she, you know, trains at, but I think she can take that speed anywhere. And just like I said, early in her career, she reminded me a little bit of Fierceness, where there was bad breaks, but she won by her own talent. When she's now learning, and I think the mind's caught up, wow, that was impressive. And if she can start repeating that, she's going to be dangerous.
I think we all got so excited, Belmont at Saratoga Week, to see all those stars, those big performances, but knowing, too, we're going to see a lot of them coming back again in the summer, and that is the case Ways and Means targeting the Grade 1 Ballerina next.
Going to be tough, too, in that race.
Back to live action here, race 6 at Monmouth. Mile and 70 yards.
Had a
And
late
we have
scratch of the 4, yeah.
Magical Road coming out. Here's Jade's J.
4 is a major player. Here he is, the 2. I think this horse has got to lead him around the racetrack, at least for a little while, coming out of sprints, Greg.
Gun Right, trained by Kathleen O'Connell.
This horse was going to come from way out of it, Melissa Iorio in the irons.
Here is 7th anniversary. Fernando Hara rides, coming off a win.
Yeah, Fernando Hara for Michael Simone, who's a very good conditioner.
Knox at 5-1, Jorge Delgado barn.
Yeah, the horse that's kind of, I don't know what to do with 2 for 25. You don't see a lot of 2 for 25 horses in that barn.
7 went by Run for Your Life, the favorite right now.
Yeah, for Diane Marichis, who's having a good start to this meet.
And then Midnight Onyx outside just was third beat a length at a mile.
Yeah, third beating a length and cut out most of the pace on the outside of the racetrack. Does have a lot of seconds and thirds to be 7-2 to this group.
Post time coming up for this 6. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, you're watching the horses warm up. The 3 that really kind of stood out to me was starting with the 2, Jade's J, who is stretching back out off of sprint races. I think plays out to be the speed of the speed. Horses win stretching out from sprints when they're allowed to use their stride. They don't rate and pass horses. They go to the lead and lead everybody on a merry chase. So, Sammy Camacho's usually aggressive. That's the tack they have to take. The 3, Gun Right, horse been in good form. Running well, not winning, but hitting the board consistently, and should get a really good stalking trip. I think this horse could trip out here under Melissa Iorio. And then the 8 horse, Midnight Onyx. This is one of only 2 horses in this field to actually win in off-going or on a muddy racetrack. Comes off a good effort at the same level, was right there with Gun Right. I think this horse is a major player. Your 7 horse is taking all the money, right? This is your favorite, not all the money, but as your favorite. And Diane Marichi's been doing really good work, winning at a high percentage here. This horse is slow early, and days like this, I just don't want to take horses that are slow early. They can get there if the pace heats up. But they got a lot to overcome with the kickback and traffic, and some horses just won't run through this slop. So I'm going to always favor horses that are going to place themselves in a forward position.
Well, this horse on your screen right now, the 2, Paulie, is going to be in a forward position. Looks like the speed of the speed, and actually has, lasted going 7 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is going to be the horse to catch. And I think the 8 is the horse that lays right to the outside of the 2, Midnight Onyx. So this race probably lays 2-8. I'm kind of on board with Mig on the 7, although Diane's horses are tough to leave out. This horse is going to be dead last, is going to have to circle the whole field. Now, we did see a horse earlier on the dirt come from off the pace. Maybe the track's going to change, but there's just not a lot of lick in this field for the 7 to come from that far back.
So Run for Your Life, 2-1 favorite, and see some very big efforts, especially, further back end of last year. Some huge performances at Laurel, but coming from the clouds. Can this horse do it? Being so pace compromised in here, that's a big question with Isaac Castillo. We will find out. Not scaring away the public is the 2-1 top choice. We'll see if Jade's J from the inside, the 2, can take them gate to wire. 6th from Monmouth Park, Matt Dinnerman the call.
Post 7. And Midnight Onyx to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Run for Your Life off a little bit slowly, was away last and drops to the rear. Jade's J on the lead at once. Midnight Onyx claims the 2nd position. Gun Right is 3rd. 7th Anniversary is 4th. Outside as they go into the first turn run. There's a gap of 4 lengths back to Knox, who's 2nd to last. Run for Your Life. The slow starter out of the gate is last, at least a dozen lengths behind. As they round the clubhouse turn, Jade's J setting a decent clip. Jockey trying to ration his speed here. Jade's J, though, he's keen and leads by 4. Approaching the backstretch. Midnight Onyx 2nd with Gun Right to his inside. A length and a half to 7th Anniversary. 6 more to Run for Your Life, who's joining Knox at the rear. Down the backstretch they go. Jade's J all alone on the lead. lead with Sammy Camacho, leads by that 4-length margin. Midnight Onyx on the outside of horses. He runs in the second position. Gunright is third, and 7th Anniversary is fourth, 3 wide approaching the turn, nickeled along as they go into the turn. Then there's a gap of 3 to Knox. Run for Your Life. They're still together. Run for Your Life, claiming the second last position as they round the far turn. JJ clear by 3. Midnight Onyx making up some ground just a little bit here in second. Now 2 behind JJ at the quarter pole, and these 2 are 4 lengths ahead of Gunright. 7th Anniversary is dropping back. The others are well out of it. Top of the stretch, JJ off the turn, drifting way to the outside here. Midnight Onyx changes course, ducks to the inside of him, and these 2 are battling with 1 furlong to go. John Jay in front. Midnight Onyx between horses. Up the inside, Gunright's coming, and Midnight Onyx just had to steady hard. JJ wandering all over the track, and Gunright blew past him to win. Gunright over JJ, Midnight Onyx, and Run for Your Life.
That was quite an eventful stretch. Gunright crossing the wire first, Kathleen O'Connell barn, but we have a lot to look at here.
Yeah, I think the 2 got the 2 give the 3 a little bit of an assist here. Deep in the lane here, the 2's just wandering all over the place. He took the path of the 8, and then the 8 tried to squeeze through. I mean, the 8 just got put in some bad positions, and I don't think the 3 did anything wrong. I think the 2's going to get probably taken down here. The 3 just might have got lucky in this spot, but Melissa Iorio just stuck to the rail and let everything develop.
Talk about wandering here. The horse who opened up on this field, JJ, bears out right here. And then it's going to come all the way back in. And does Mig, the 2, take away this ground of the 8?
Yeah, I feel like, from the angles I've seen, this is an absolute no-brainer. Jade's Dream carried Midnight Onyx very wide. Barbosa was trying to stay outside of it. He decided, well, it's too much. I got to go back inside. So he angles inside and to be carried to the middle of the racetrack. And now watch Sammy Camacho. When he sees that he went to his inside, look, he steers his horse all the way over. You can't just take any portion of the racetrack if you're not clear. You've already carried the guy out. Now you come back and shave him. This is one, guys. If I was on the 8 Midnight Onyx, it's on.
And, yeah, Mig would have a bit of a temper back in the day. Hard to believe, as sweet a guy as he is. As we expected,
but he's
flashing
right.
on the board right now.
But he's
seems
right.
like an easy change here, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he's right, Mig, because, listen, Sammy almost clipped heels with the 8. Then he comes back and he points and he puts the 8 in a really bad spot. And he anticipated. You got to give the rider of the 8 in here, Duran Barbosa, he anticipated all this. I mean, Mig's right. You just can't point your horse kind of like a weapon. I don't like it. I get it. The horse was wandering all over the place. But this poor 8 horse, if you had the 8, was probably the best in here. And the 3 just run up the rail and didn't do nothing. It's like a dog race.
2 drifts out. Asa has to go inside. Then the 2 drifts back down to the inside. Takes away the space of the 8 yet again. And very, very likely we're going to see a change because it was JJ who finished second in here and the 8 right behind. So we'll see what happens with the stewards.
So does Mig wait till it's on as you're talking to the stewards, or do you wait to go back to the jocks room as I asked Mig that? Hopefully he's listening.
Yeah, guys, no, the proper thing to do is wait till you get back to the room because much like in hockey, they'll let it go until someone's clearly getting the best or the worst of it. If you do it out in front of everybody here in the stands, they're going to pull you apart immediately. I want my pound of flesh, somebody who rides with me like this, because he pointed him out and carried him extremely wide. And then when he had to make a decision and go back to the inside, now he completely pulls over on top of him. Come on, what are we doing here? There is film patrol.
He's right.
Wandering all over the place here. Yeah, Sammy Camacho on JJ. So it would be hard to imagine this horse staying up.
No, and Sammy's a veteran rider. Or maybe you would see this from a younger rider, but Sammy's the kind of rider. I understand he's trying to win the race, but you got to know who's behind you. And I know you had to feel the 8 right to your hip because you did, and then you lugged out. And you got to know when you lug out, you've already fouled the horse. Now let's keep it straight here and let the 8 get a fair run, and that did not happen.
So not involving your winner in any way. It's involving your second, third place finishers in this spot. And they have stopped flashing now. Wow.
Yeah,
and it will be a disqualification. All right, so there will be a change. 8, as we expected, moved up to second here. New order of finish was 3-2-8, 7, 3-8-2, 7. So, yeah, Sammy Camacho penalized for that riding there. Pretty errant with JJ. Change made. We'll have the prices when we come back. David Donk. We had a winner with Trail of Gold back on Thursday. See if we can add another one coming up in the next race. 6th here at Belmont of the Big A with 80 gold. He's got Irad aboard.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off in the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. In the paddock at the Big A after the DQ, the justified DQ at Monmouth. Today's show brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Use the promo code BONUS200. We will match for $200 of your initial deposit. Head on over to NairaBets.com as horses are coming on the track for race number 6. They're going a mile on the main track off of the turf. We'll start with the 2 Uncle Barry, and there really isn't much to say about most of these. Hernandez Moreno riding for Richard Metivier. The number 3, Solomini's Legacy, Katie Davis riding for Jimmy Ferraro. We'll move outside to the number 7, Sebastian the First. Romero Mirage riding this one for Jose Delgado, trying the dirt for the first time. The 8 is Unity Dreams. Mel Giddings teams up with Villapino. The number 9, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Gary Siaka training this one. Javier Castellano has the mount and will round out the field with the favorite, the number 14, 80 gold. Irad Ortiz riding this one for trainer Dave Donk, and 80 gold, no surprises. The favorite just seems like the likeliest dirt horse. Now, the distance a question for all of these horses, and maybe it'll take a toll, but actually, this horse's 2 dirt racers are not that bad. Now, he's never been entered in a race schedule for the dirt, and that's always a bit of a concern. But if he's able to run back to his start 2 back last dirt start, figures to be the horse to beat. He also had trouble in his dirt debut. The number 7, Sebastian I is taking a ton of money in this race based on turf form. And this is a horse that's had a lot of chance in the turf, 14 of them, and has failed. Now, he has not failed at short prices, so that's a bit of a feather in his cap. What worries me is a couple of things. Number one, his last race is his worst race in quite a while. But also, he's got a total turf pedigree. A DeMarchelier is a Dubowie. Even the Scat Daddy Dam. This is all turf pedigree, and he's being bet off dirt form. Now, listen, it's not going to take a Herculean effort to win here, so I'm not going to be surprised if he's effective. He's just not the kind of horse I would ever touch. And like the public, my second choice would be the 9, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, who you know can get the distance to some degree. And in this race, he's run fast enough to be competitive as we get more from Maggie, who will start out by talking about the favorite and horse to beat, 80 Gold.
That's right, Andy. But the problem with him is he's trying to do something new for the first time as the favorite, and that is try to go longer as he'll stretch out in distance here. And, well, I actually do think he can be successful in this spot. I know he didn't run necessarily well turf sprinting last time, but I was, even though he was on the AE list anyway, I was really intrigued to see him on the turf going long, because that ultimately is what he looks like he wants to do. So, yes, he deserves to be the favorite. Everything else is where it needs to be. And obviously, like Andy said, it's not going to take some superstar to win this. But I do feel as though there's a bit more trust to be had when it comes to your second choice, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, who we'll get to in a moment. But first, let's check in with number 7, Sebastian I. Well, he is doing some things for the first time, and that is, dropping in against New York bred company and getting on the dirt. He's a turf horse. And furthermore, he's just never grown. This horse is as tiny as he was last year when he began his career, going when I first saw him as a 3-year-old. So I just don't think there's any reason to take a short price on him because, A, he doesn't look strong enough to handle the dirt, and he's just bred to be more of a turf horse that has just really never gone on. Number 8, Unity Dreams, who is, well, your second longest price on the board for Mel Giddings, definitely wants the distance. And I know he probably is a little bit more turf meant overall, as he didn't show much in that debut race, but immediately gets a drop in class here. And he does look like he wants to go longer. He probably still needs some racing experience because he was a bit goofy back in the paddock, just a bit green as well out in the racetrack too. But I would be willing to use him underneath. But the horse that has just done everything right, checked every box for me, and you know at least he can handle the dirt a bit, and that's number 9, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, who's getting a really nice warm-up from Javier Castellano, moving beautifully and fluidly over the racetrack, and well turned out, fits the conditions well enough. Obviously, he might be one that prefers the turf a little bit more, but honestly, his races are nearly parallel. So I think against this field, he does make a great deal of sense, and I'll gladly take him at 3-1. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, Paul and I, we were just talking offset. Uncle Barry, the 2, he's 19-1. This horse puts blinkers on last time out, and he runs a 46 buyer, which is right in the ballpark of what this even money favorite has done, and he did it at a mile.
He did it at a mile. 19-1 is a way too big of a price. I think the public has got it right with the 14, the 7, and the 9. I'd probably agree with Maggie here and choose the 9, but the 2 can hit the number here. I like Omar Moreno Hernandez. He's the kind of guy that will stick to the rail. He doesn't get great mounts, but he'll stick this horse to the rail, and I think this horse can definitely hit the board as you look at the 7, Sebastian I, who's probably, a horse that when you look, no races on the dirt, kind of a guessing game.
DeMarchelier, debuting on the dirt, who's taking all this money, a little strange. Is the horse just being misbet, or does the public know something we do not? I would...
Yeah. Something we don't.
Stay away at this price.
Yeah, they paid $7,000 for him. 14 tries on the dirt, 0 for 14. Now he does have some good efforts. He's owned and trained by Jose Delgado. Obviously, he's worked well in the dirt. I don't know. I don't get it. But I do think he's one of the players. There is the deuce, Uncle Barry.
And he just ran the best figure of his 8-race career. Look, he's never hit the board, but he was 4th, beat less than 2 lengths last out, and maybe it was the addition of blinkers, helping him out to improve gradually. Doesn't have to be some sort of world beater against this group.
No.
In a race coming off the grass, and at least it was at a mile as well.
At least he's got everything on. Shadow roll, blinkers. He won't be jumping any shadows, hopefully, but at 19-1, I think the disparity between the 7 and the 9, that's the 14 and the 9 are the horses to beat. I'd rather have chose the 2 over the 7, but I might be wrong.
6-5 favorite, 80 Gold. David Donk, Arad Ortiz Jr. Blinkers going on and trying this mile distance for the first time here after 3 sprints at 6 furlongs. With a man who tends to get over bet in the irons, but you expected 80 Gold to be the one to beat with a surface switch going in. Here is the 6th, Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Stepping forward. $80 Gold. To the outside. $80 Gold. Hesitating. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Sebastian the First breaks with early speed. Breaking a tangle there was Unity Dreams. It's just a little bit bobbled at the start, just now trying to make up ground. But 80 Gold sprints to the front. It's 80 Gold who's a clear leader and is pumped up. 80 Gold is very keen early and sprinting away, is up by 2, almost 3 lengths here as they come out of the chute. Sebastian the First is now settled into the 2nd spot. Unity Dreams is a more settled 3rd. Just got passed to the inside here by Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and At the Rail, Soleimani's Legacy. The trailer, Uncle Barry. They're tightly bunched in behind a runaway leader. 80 Gold right now is about 5 lengths clear from the rest when 23.22 is unopposed on the front end. 80 Gold tries to catch a breather here. It's 80 Gold approaching the half-mile point. And here's 80 Gold with a half-mile left to go. Went 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Sebastian the First is in pursuit, is a stalking second, trying to move in closer in a lineup of 3. With At the Rail, Soleimani's Legacy, in between horses, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Uncle Barry trying to launch a rally from the back, and Unity Dreams is far out of it. The leader is 80 Gold. 80 Gold is trying to finish this off, is still in hand, and 80 Gold now gets the cue with a quarter mile left to go. Sebastian the First up on the outside is trying to run that leader down. It's 80 Gold who's powering away in front. Sebastian the First is just not cutting in the margin yet. Here's Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and that's a new danger in the blue cap, is trying to split rivals. 80 Gold is still there. Sebastian the First has not given up the chase, and here's Sebastian the First lunging late. Sebastian the First in the final strides, got it. Sebastian the First over Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. 80 Gold in 1 minute 37 and 4.
0 for 14 on the turf. This race comes off, and Sebastian the First able to break his maiden in his 15th career outing.
Yeah, he looked like the winner most of the way, but then the 14 looked like he was in hand. Then the 9 looked like the winner, but the 7 just kept on pursuing. Good job here by Romero Mirage, and I put this horse right in the winner's circle. 7, 9, 14. That bottom just won over, I think, just those long distance races. The 14 just had everything his own way and actually finished 3rd.
And sometimes these wet tracks, horses who are more meant for the grass, it can play to them a little bit. They can appreciate it. This one certainly did. Sebastian the First, maiden breaking score. Jose Delgado Barn, Romero Mirage, 2-1 in here. 7, 9, 14, 3 in the 6th from Belmont at the Big A.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Sebastian the First, maiden-breaking score. First time on a dirt surface. Race comes off and gets the win here. Pays $6.50 for the win. Named for Robin Delgado's son, Sebastian. Robin Group Sales here at Monmouth. Congratulations with this victory. And one that impressive. Really like this surface today.
Yeah, everything just flows together. We're here at Monmouth. Sebastian the First wins at Aqueduct, pays $6.50, and I would have never thought that. But this horse was really game down the stretch to run down both the 14 and the 9 that actually stuck his head in the middle there in front for a little while. But Sebastian the First gets the job done, and congratulations to the connection.
7th at Monmouth, the race that has been taken off the turf. Main track now. And quite a few scratches as a result. We'll have more on this field when we come back from a timeout. Non-winners of 2 claiming race ahead from Oceanport.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One to be able to get to Hall 2, 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
They're into the stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Back with you on our Father's Day coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Race 7 at Monmouth, as we mentioned, taking off the turf, remains at a mile. $40,000 claiming race, so all for sale for that price. Non-winners of 2 lifetime condition. And coming onto the track now for the post parade, where we have a pretty evenly matched board here, Paul.
Yeah, we really do. The highest price, obviously, is 8-1, and there's a lot of different ways you could go in this race. The main track only is the 11 in here. Trace Aries for Isaac Castillo and Claudio Gonzalez with a good race last time in Tao. So we'll see what happens as we get to the post parade.
Yeah, repeat of that effort at Laurel at 7/8 of a mile last start for Trace Aries. Going to make that one awfully tough in here. The 3 still in the paddock. You Make Me Charlie for Michael Trombetta.
Hey,
who broke the maiden in the debut, actually, on dirt, Colonial.
Going to make his way out here in a little bit, so you got a little time to get to your Naira Bets app.
Tower 22 went by. Here's Victory Girl.
Yeah, Victory Girl taking a lot of money here. 1 for 12 lifetime for John Pimentel.
Southampton Dock.
Yeah, for Louis Linder and Sammy Camacho. 1 for 24 lifetime.
Hala Blue, who's never been on dirt.
Tony Wilson had a horse Wirefield yesterday. We'll see what happens today.
People just not catching on quite yet. This Trace Aries looks tough in here.
Yeah, I thought this was the horse to beat the filly by Mendelsohn with a good race last time out.
Mia Vida should be forward.
Yeah, and Juana Villa is very, very tough. You get Sammy Moran aboard.
And Unbounded Movement from the outside. Has had 2 dirt starts, did not hit the board first 2 tries of the career.
No, didn't hit the board. Was actually favored in the first start for Jorge Delgado. Has had a couple good races. Now off the layoff for Lay Farms.
Post time coming up for this 7th from Monmouth. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, just heads up. The 3, You Make Me Charlie, actually just did hit the racetrack. Horse looks great. Mike Trombetta does great work. Don't know what the delay is. I will try to get a handle and find out what exactly happened and what the holdup was for You Make Me Charlie. This filly did win on debut on the dirt. They switched to the turf, but at least she has dirt form to go back to. She looks terrific. She does have an extension blinker on the outside eye. Can be a little tricky. Riders got to be very careful that the inside eye, the one that's not encumbered with an extension blinker that limits the amount of vision a horse has, that can actually see the break coming. If the head's turned slightly, those horses have a tendency to break a little slow. This horse went right from the paddock and is loaded in the starting gate without warming up at all. This horse walked from the paddock into the starting gate and loaded first. Don't know if this is normal for this particular horse. Personally, I like when horses warm up. The 5, Tower 22, looks terrific. I think this horse needs to be aggressively handled. Again, stretching back out off of sprints, they don't pass horses. Lead them on a merry chase. Go, make them catch you. And then the 6, Victory Girl, just made a lot of sense. Ran really well and off the turf for last time at the same level and kind of gets very similar conditions here, guys.
That was surprising to see. We were looking at the cameras. You Make Me Charlie, the 3 was in the paddock. All of a sudden was loading in the gate, straight to the starting gate. No warm-up, as Mig said. 7-1 right now on that 3, who now is the inside post. Favorite has become that 11, the main track only, Trace Aries. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call, this 7th from Monmouth Park.
Trace Aries. Mia Vida. Second to last, Unbounded Movement to the outside. Unbounded Movement, go again. We're ready to go. That's the 7, Southampton Dock, who unseated the rider, Sammy Camacho. He's okay. They're going to back out Southampton Dock just to take a look at him. Southampton Dock. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the safety.
That is Southampton Dock. You see Sammy Camacho, though, on his feet, and he'll let the starting gate crew attend to the horse. Looks like they're going to load this one back up. Sammy will hop back aboard, and we will try again for a start. Let's go back to Matt Dinnerman.
Load here. We're ready to go. And we're off. Pretty decent beginning for all. Mia Vita on the lead today as an arrow advantage early. Tower 22 is moving up to come and challenge as they go into the first turn run here. Mia Vita from towards the outside has an arrow lead as they corner. Tower 22 to the inside, sticking to him. Gap of 2 to Unbounded Movement, and You Make Me Charlie to the inside. A length and a half to another pair. Southampton Dock, Trace Aries, who's second to last now, and Victory Girl is at the back as they approach the backstretch run. Mia Vita on the outside of Tower 22. They're a half length apart down the barn side here. Unbounded Movement runs in third while shaken up in that position. Southampton Dock is down on the inside of horses. Hullabaloo is between them as they go down the backstretch here, now losing a couple spots as they head down the barn side. Victory Girl taking the second last position away from Trace Aries as they approach the four turn run. Mia Vita neck in front. Tower 22. They're to the outside, trying to stick to her as they go into the turn. There's a gap of 3 to You Make Me Charlie, sent upon from the third position. Unbounded Movement, chips are all in for her. Then comes Southampton Dock, is under a hard ride. The others not really making up much ground here at the top of the stretch. Tower 22 and Mia Vita, they're going at it at the top of the stretch here. Inside, Tower 22 with the edge under Fernando Jara. Mia Vita and Samuel Marin still right there, coming back. Unbounded Movement has been under a full-in drive for about a half mile now, is still third battling, but Tower 22 is narrowly ahead. Now a length in front of Mia Vita. Unbounded Movement. Southampton Dock is coming, but it's too late. Tower 22 in front. Tower 22 gets it. Mia Vita was second home, and then came Southampton Dock and Unbounded Movement.
Tower 22 able to hang on and seal the deal. Fernando Jara in the irons.
Yeah, good job here by Fernando Jara, and a great call by Mick. He said, listen, send this horse out. And, you know, the 12 was very, very aggressive out of the gate, was Sammy Marin. But you know what? Fernando Jara did not give up his position at all. He stayed forward, and these horses just ran around the racetrack. It was actually a nice little duel. The 13 tried to make up some ground, and the horse that acted up in the gate, the 7, rolled up the rail a little bit.
Looks like 5-12-13 as we get you back to Belmont at the Big A. Maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win, and a one-turn mile and some very big pedigrees here as we go to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Greg, and big purchase prices when you're dealing with those really nice pedigrees. And we'll start with the most expensive of all here, and that's number 1. Back for her 4-year-old debut is Danzit in here, and obviously she is a full sister to Tappet Trice, who's pretty good, earned over $1.8 million. And Danzit, she actually wasn't favored in the debut, but obviously took a lot of money. And the winner that day, Lady Max, way back when in 2024 at Gulfstream Park, she was able to wire the field. Now, Danzit, she broke a bit slow, then was hustled up by Paco Lopez to press the leader, and then she didn't switch leads down the lane and just looked tired. Now, that could have obviously been an issue that arose out of that race, not switching leads, but boy, it looks as though Todd Pletcher, who is often excellent off of long layoffs, has her so fit, and she is wound tightly here in the paddock. She's keeping it all together. She just has a very intense demeanor, and despite breaking a touch slow that day, I think she is naturally going to have speed as she'll try to get the mile first off of that long break, but I think she's able to do so. She's bred to be able to do so. And physically, she looks like it's in her wheelhouse. And she might be able to do that whilst on the front end. Another horse in here that comes off a bit of a layoff, not nearly as long of one, is number 3, Reality Star, who was very slow away in her 7-furlong debut at Tampa for Shug McGahee. And then she made this eye-catching move around the turn, traveling 5 wide, just wasn't quite able to reel in the early, more forward-placed horses that day. Now, looking at her here, you know, having known Honor Code, I didn't know Honor AP as well. He was mostly on the West Coast. They have passed on their markings and colorings and overall physical frame to this filly here because she looks so much like them. Big, good-sized filly as well. Comes in here well-muscled, very classy acting. I think the more ground, ultimately, the better for her. So the gradual progression of a furlong more here, going the mile, makes a lot of sense. She's really made a lovely, lovely impression on me here. And hopefully she doesn't give herself as much work to do as what she did first time out. Definitely not giving me the impression that she's going to suddenly be on the lead, but still in her best interest, hopefully keeping contact with that field early on. And then we have some first-time starters to deal with. Todd Pletcher bookending this field with another daughter of Tappet, and that is Alidade here, as she has a lovely pedigree as well. The dam, she won her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old, including the Grade 3 Tempted. She's a full to multiple stakes winner, Iron Fist, but more importantly, full to Anchor Down, a multiple graded stakes winning miler for Todd Pletcher. Also have to a Grade 1 winner by the name Sweet Lulu, who won the test. So there is a plethora of pedigree for Alidade, and she's quite big. So debuting at a mile, she definitely looks more like the Anchor Down, as she should, being a full sibling to him. And she has a really kind of interesting marking. A lot of times when horses that eventually turn gray, or I should say all the time, when they're born, they come out a different color, whether it be chestnut or bay or dark bay, and then they gradually turn into gray. Well, the left 4 on her didn't get the message, didn't get the memo. She's still chestnut on her left shoulder and her left leg. So just interesting markings with her, but she has been a pro. I think this is the right place to start. Maybe not the light bulb totally turned on, but I do feel as though there's a good bit of talent here. As Greg, this is a really exciting maiden special weight that I can't wait to see run.
Yeah, indeed. As Maggie touched on some big-time pedigrees in here, including this first-time starter who is a sister to a multiple graded stakes winner, former test winner, and the millionaire Iron Fist. We'll be back with the post-parade next.
Behind a no-doubt champion, Echo Zulu, Sierra Leone does it. Early voting comes inside. He wins the freaking.
Gun Knight, Cyber Knight,
Society of Tiva. It's Baba. Gun Pilot.
Hit 1 million, 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 now 1, now million 1. You got to put it in a half. Mark, $3 million. Thank you.
Runners on top of the world.
Tapit Trice is ranging up on the outside, gets some clear running room, has every shot to run this leader down. Skippy Longstocking is now weary here in the late stages. Tapit Trice is lunging. Tapit Trice gets up and wins it. Tapit Trice wins the Woodward.
Well, perhaps the sister to Tapit Trice, Danzit, will appreciate the similar conditions in today's maiden race. As last fall, Tapit Trice, a very talented, though at times frustrating horse for trainer Todd Pletcher, and the same connections as this horse, Whisper Hill Farm, Manny Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Danzig, Irad Ortiz riding this one off the layoff for Todd Pletcher. Feels like the speed, not taking any money, not necessarily a great sign. The two Stone Cold Kelly is actually not untalented now, is 13-1 in here, and overall maybe facing a tougher field, but Jose Lezcano has this mount for Jimmy Lawrence, or Chuck Lawrence, I should say. Might be a little overmatched, but not untalented. The 3 Reality Star horse I'm interested in for Shug McGay, Joel Rosario has the mount. The favorite is the 4 more so for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt, and he loved the wet track last time. If he can run back to that effort, he's going to be very hard to beat. The number 6, Cheryl's Delights, had an awful lot of chances, but has run okay for Carlos Martin and Ricardo Santana. First-time stars on the outside, Medici Road, Manny Franco riding this one for Miguel Clement. And rounding out the field, Aladad for Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez, his first-time starter with a very, very strong pedigree, $350,000 a half to a number of extremely talented racehorses. But getting back to the 4 more so, it just came alive last time. Somewhat disappointing first couple of starts. Not terrible, but not great. Really came to life last time out on the muddy sealed track. And while he finished second to a Belmont runner in that race, a horse who had run a 64, 74, and then an 83 buyer, he stepped up, a fast race, puts blinkers on, and he's just the horse to beat. The number 1, Danzit, figures to be the speed in this race, coming out of that sprint 14 months ago, and obviously has a significant amount of pedigree. Though, this horse, figuring to be the speed, Irad Ortiz riding for Todd Pletcher, and to me is just absolutely cold on the board. Will drift down to 7-1, goes back to 8-1. I don't think those are great signs, but if you want the horse that's supposed to be in front, barring a bad break, Danzit is going to be in front in this race. I'm interested in the 3 Reality Star. Didn't break last time, kind of jumped up at the start, spotted the field maybe 2 lengths in there, and made a significant run of the leaders before flattening out. But given the break and the run he made mid-race, or she made, excuse me, no surprise she didn't quite finish the deal, and I think she's one that can improve a lot. Second time out for Shug McGay, but going to have to do that in all likelihood if the favorite Merceau comes back and runs her race, Maggie.
Yeah, and I think Merceau, we're going to see forward in here. She's very, very sharp in the preliminaries, and she does add that pair of, well, very, very short-cut cheater blinkers. I mean, it's barely a blinker. It's kind of more like that Bob Baffert type of blinker that you see on horses. But look, she was fairly close to the pace last time out in a similar type of race. Mazayat able to wire the field that day. And I just think, given her demeanor, that she's just going to be forward here yet again as number 1. Danzit, as Andy was saying, should be the speed in here, which I don't know if that, I don't know what to make of her, because honestly, as Andy said, she's not taking much money, but she looks fantastic, and she's moving incredibly well over this surface. Not a great post position for a horse that is coming off of a layoff. Is there going to be some ring rust? And she wants to be forward in here. So we'll see how Danzit does. I'm really intrigued to see where she lands. I landed, however, on Reality Star. I just liked her overall physical presence here, and I liked her debut. But let's talk about another first-time starter, number 7, Medici Road. As the dam was a multiple stakes winner, going kind of middle distance, is on the main track, and this is her first foal. She very sleek and elegant looking filly, a lot of size and scope to her frame, looks incredibly fit here. I watched her breeze, actually her last breeze, where she sat off an experienced maiden, Love You More, and she was encouraged to go after her, but she galloped out in front. So I think, that put the icing on the cake, saying, or sealed the deal, I should say, that debuting at a mile is where she needs to start off. I didn't necessarily love the way she moved over the slop, getting the feeling that we might take the wait and see approach and hope that she comes back on a fast track next time. But 3-5 on Merceau, Greg. We'll see how she does, if she can break through here in start number 4.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, it's a really interesting race here coming up. A lot of money on Merceau, and it was a muddy sealed track, and we have a muddy track here today where she took that big step forward, that 81 by her speed figure, and blinkers go on today, Paul.
Yeah, she's had the inside post her last 3 starts, or only 3 starts, and I think the blinkers go on, maybe getting away from the rail a little bit in the 4 slot, and it looks like they're readjusting the tack. Yeah, obviously she's the one to beat at 3-5 off that last race. You don't know what you're going to get from the 1. I agree with Andy. I think the 1's going to be in front. I think the horse with the most upside is the 3, Reality Star, for Joel Rosario and Shug McGahee. You're getting 5-1 at least on that horse.
Well, let's go to JK. So many interesting pedigrees in here, Jonathan. The 3-5 favorite, one of them, but she's also backed it up on the track with that big figure last out.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've got no problem with her as an individual. Love to be alive to her in multi-race wagers. Love to be starting multi-race wagers with the 4. And she probably, honestly, based on what she's done in her last race, she probably deserves to be this price. I'm going to look elsewhere. I think the 3 Reality Star is at least a little bit interesting. Horse debuts back in March for Shug McGahee, and we all know that Shug will take his time a little bit. First-time starters throughout his entire career, 10%. Second-time starters, 16%, right? So there's obviously a little bit of approval there. And here's the thing. This horse completely missed the break last time, was wide all the way around there. This is the kind of race that you build off of, especially for these Honor APs. Remember, Honor AP was a little bit late getting to the party, and what we'll see with his offspring, a lot of, he had a couple of 2-year-old winners, a couple of 2-year-old stake winners, but they got better as the distances got farther, as they grew up a little bit. I think Reality Star is sitting on an improvement. Is that improvement enough to beat the favorite, the 4? I'm not quite sure, but at 5-1, I'm willing to figure out.
So start number 2 coming up. There she is, and Andy, Maggie, JK all going with a second-time starter for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a horse that looks like the horse on the improve. I wouldn't let the 1 get away. They paid $1.1 million for this filly if she gets to the front end. And I also think the 2 taking the blinkers off, who was favorite last time, is running into a couple of monsters, is too high of a price. I get it. The 4 should be probably the favorite in here, but all these other runners shouldn't be that high. I think the 1 and 2 could be a factor in this race.
Really interesting group of runners. Yeah, Medici Road, the 7 first-time starter. Second Dam was graded stakes winner on synthetic. And then Alidad on the outside, that big pedigree. There she is. Anchor down. Won the Kelso, the Westchester. Sweet Lulu won the test. And Iron Fist was a $1 million earner. So a sister to all 3 of those out of successful outlook. Here's Chris Griffin with the 7th.
Right at the gate, just hesitates briefly. Backs away again. Now in. All set. And they're off. Merceau breaks very well from in between horses. Merceau right out towards the front with Cheryl's Delight joining that early leader. Medici Road is out wider with Alade. That's the leading 4. At the rail, here comes Danzit working on through, is now taking the 5th spot as the front 4 are tightly bunched. The 2 at the back going to be Stone Cold Kelly and Reality Stars. Far off the lead right now, already about 6.5, almost 7 lengths the trailer. Merceau has got plenty of pressure, 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Cheryl's Delight is back to 3rd as here Medici Road moves up on the outside. In the 3 path is challenging for 2nd. Alidade is very wide, center of the racetrack, no choice, as Merceau is going to hug the rail and in hand is just tugging at Flavien Prat, wants to go. Merceau, the favorite, has got a half mile left to go and is still a length and a half in front. Cheryl's Delight is called upon for the effort, 3 wide. Here comes a run from Medici Road. Alidade still wide, is trying to rally on. Here comes At the Rail and Danzit, and joining them Stone Cold Kelly. Reality Star is not warm to the task yet, starts to move it a little bit closer, but Merceau looks very strong. 45.25 for a half mile time. Merceau is just Cantering along here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Now gets the cue, and Meursault kicks for home. It's Meursault who's trying to sprint away from the field at the rail. Here comes Danzit, is making up some ground. Cheryl's Delight is trying to rally on Stone Cold Kelly, and Reality Star is commencing a rally from the back. A furlong left to go. Meursault is still well out in front. Has a 16th left to go, and Meursault is going to have a front-running score. It's all Meursault. Wins this one stylishly. Second, we'll go to Danzit. We'll hold off the oncoming strides of Reality Star and Stone Cold Kelly in 1 minute 35.64 seconds.
Meursault at odds on. Breaks her maiden career start, number 4, Chad Brown, Alpha Delta Stables, Flavia Pratt.
Yeah, the race changed when the one kind of propped at the gate and didn't get a great break. But I'll tell you what, Danzit ran a heck of a race on the rail to run second here, but nobody was challenging the 4 after this horse got loose on the front end. Had to battle a couple of the horses, put the outside horses away, but the 1 ran a really good race to run second here at 7-1. So 4-5 over to 7-1. The 3 showed up late. I don't think the mind's there yet, but that horse has definitely got some talent to look forward to, and so does the winner.
Meursault on to bigger and better things off this maiden breaking score. And yeah, keep your eyes on Danzit next time out. That was off, over a year away with that poor break for this $1.1 million filly with a big pedigree for Todd Pletcher. But it's Meursault's day as we get back to Monmouth Park in our feature race here at the Jersey Shore. 6 furlongs in this New Jersey bred allowance optional claiming sprint for fillies and mares 3 and up. And one we talked about way back when we first came on the air, Molly's a Bullet, is the current 2-1 favorite in here, the 7.
Yeah, win last time, first time on dirt in a long time, and got the W breaking the maiden. But I don't know why this horse is the favorite facing winners for the first time. That could be the toughest thing to do. You got horses in here that are multiple winners.
2-1, top choice. Isaac Castillo will be aboard the 7. Looking to go back-to-back after it took 10 starts to get that first win. And able to do that from a stalking position, sitting just off the pace. Just to the outside, Allison Park. Looks like a contender as well. And that horse, how's she going to do it today? She showed speed 2 back when she broke her maiden, and then that was not the case last time out.
I thought she would be your favorite, the 8, Allison Park. I know she's a 5-year-old mare. You get Sammy Moran aboard as we turn around for the post-parade here.
Here's to Tiger Lily, who just seemed like she was faster last year.
Yeah, she gets Lasix back on. We'll see what happens today with Melissa.
Big price, Captured Darling.
Patrick McBurney already with a win on the card, looking for another one.
Turn back a distance, Eatontown Girl.
Yeah, tough horse to get to here at a big price.
Chuck Spina, he won the second race today with Run Happy Pappy.
This horse won by a nose last time out in a maiden 25.
And he trains Cara Blanca. Here's the 5, Mildoon.
Yeah, this horse is a player in here, has some speed to get to.
More speed with Carrots Forever.
Yeah, and a horse for Eddie Owens. It's not really getting much at the window.
Here's the favorite, Molly's a Bullet.
Yeah, Philly by Army Mule never tried a wet surface, but should like it.
Here's Sammy Moran, Allison Park.
I thought should be the favorite in here.
Dirt form. Leaving something to be desired with the 9. Here's Gravity Hill, the 10. 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, the 10 in here for Cathal Lynch, who's had a couple nice runners in here.
And Derek Riot Barn with Violet Smile outside.
Horse that has speed by Frank Conversation, a 5-year-old mare. She's 1 for 22 lifetime, but she's going to have to press the button from way out there.
You're right. She is quick from that outside post. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, just getting situated here. I'm sorry. We're going to start with the 6-horse, Carrots Forever. You get Christian Mirage. This horse is coming off of a layoff. This horse has speed when she's good. Obviously, she went to the bench last year. But why is she as big a price? She looks fit. She looks like she's trained well. I mean, she's down to 12-1. She was 11-1 now. She was 23-1 when I was making my notes. I think she's a major player, and you're getting a 7-pound break in the weights with Christian Mirage aboard. The 7, Molly's a Bullet, makes a lot of sense to me. This is her first off of the, her third start, off of the layoff. Comes off a nice win here, but 6-5, guys. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit lost with my notes here. Everything's soaking wet. That is the 7. I'm sorry. I thought the 8 was a major player here for Pat McBurney. Another one making the 3rd off the layoff. is versatile, has speed, could lay up close. And another horse I just think is way too big a price, looking at it from a physical perspective, and that she's in good form and has some speed, is the 11, Violet Smile. Violet Smile, has a race under her belt off the layoff, should be fitter this time, gets that outside draw. I liked how aggressive Fernando Yarrow was in the last race. Hopefully he puts his filly in the game too from the outside post. You don't want to be caught in that wide chasing mode. Aggression's good, guys, especially in dirt racing and races like this. Sprints, it's sloppy. Make them chase you. Don't be the one that's caught chasing all the time.
See those prices there from the 7th Belmont of the Big A, that impressive effort from Meursault, Chad Brown Barn. Violet Smile on our screen right now, this 11. So 16-1, Paul. An interesting 5-year-old mare, because she has some efforts if you go back, 4 or 5 starts back, even a couple of starts back in Tampa, some of the bigger dirt efforts in this field, but that comeback effort, even though she was 3rd, hit the board. She was a beaten favorite, and it was slow for what we're used to seeing from her.
Yeah, she's only had one wet track effort, too, and she's 1 for 22 lifetime with 5 seconds, so she's really just tough to endorse on the win end, but she could be a player, at least in the pace part of this race. She does have some quicks from the outside. I just... really tough to endorse her on the top end.
Post time coming up for this 8th at Monmouth, 3-1 favoritism, although Allison Park, the 8, taking a lot of money as well. Let's go to JK.
Well, Wolfie, I got to tell you, I like the 5 a little bit here. The cutback from the 8 furlongs to the 6 furlongs, I like a lot. A horse who has tactical speed. If you look at the pace figures of his race, I like to look at pace figures from Timeform US. If you look at the Timeform US pace figures, it suggests that the 6 furlongs might actually work better for Muldoon. So I'm excited about this filly, but I got to be honest. On Father's Day, where I lost, I've lost my father, but my dad used to take me to the racetrack, and for whatever reason, he would bet our address all the time. So if you're a hunch player, go ahead and get you a 318 box. That's the Big Ralph. It never wins, but he loved to play it. So hopefully you do too. I like the 5. My dad somewhere likes the 318.
Love all those stories about parents taking their kids, dads to the racetrack, and I know that's how you got involved in this game as well, Paulie.
Yeah, my father took me to Aqueduct to begin, and then obviously Turf Paradise when we moved to Arizona. My dad got into ownership in the horses. I got into ownership of horses. Yeah, everything comes from my father. Just enjoyed the game and took me to a lot of big races when I probably shouldn't have been there.
And we see out here, as every year, out here in Monmouth Park, Father's Day, such a special day. You were saying to me, probably outside of Haskell Day, this is their biggest day of the year.
It is their biggest day of the year. And I know we've had a rainy day, but the indoors inside of Monmouth is packed here today. So is the parking lot. They had giveaways today for Father's Day, and you could see they're out on the rail now because the rain has stopped.
Molly's a bullet. Allison Park, 7 and the 8 on the board, both at 3-1. As all the fathers enjoying the action with their kids out here at the track. And good to see that the rain has stopped and they can come out and enjoy some of the action here later in the card.
I kind of like where Jonathan's going with the 5. You see all the dads holding the best seats in the house. I always say that, Greg, the best seats in the house are on dad's shoulders.
No question.
I'm sure you've had to bear that a couple times.
Son loves coming to the racetrack. And I was impressed how he was rooting him home down the stretch, too.
Really? Showing you a little whip action?
Absolutely. Well, again, you're going to wind up where here?
I landed on the 8, Allison Park. I thought she would be the favorite in here. If I was going to give you a long shot, it's a 9, Sea Maiden.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 8th from Monmouth Park.
Back is one of them, goes forward and to the outside, Violet Smile to round out the field. Here's Violet Smile. We're ready to go. And let off an extremely awkward break here from number 1. D Tiger Lily, who's going to be pulled up immediately, is okay. D Tiger Lily, just fine. But just with that awkward break, the rider decided to just pull this one up and wait for another day. So the 10 remaining runners head down the backstretch. Carrots Forever, the leader here by a half length from Allison Park, who's pressing from the outside. Violet Smile also there 3 wide. Cara Blanca in the 4th position with Molly's a Bullet, who's in a good position, 2 off the pace and on a hold in the bridle, going okay. Molly's Bullet as they go into the turn. Gap of 2 to Sea Maiden. Mildoon is next. Gravity Hill, 3rd last. Pumped Upon, joined by Capture Darling, who gets a tap on the shoulder, and Eatontown Girl is at the back as they approach the top of the lane here. It's Carrots Forever. Allison Park went by her. Allison Park with a head in front of Carrots Forever. Molly's a Bullet, patiently ridden, looking for a spot to go. Right now, she's got nowhere to go. Molly's a Bullet is loaded. Oh, there's just nowhere for her to go. Molly's a Bullet. Right now, she's going to get outside here. They come for home. Allison Park, Carrots Forever. Molly's a Bullet finds a seam, charges to the lead, and that's that. Molly's a Bullet. How much the best was she under Isaac Castillo? Molly's a Bullet by 2. Mildoon just edged out Allison Park for the 2nd spot, and Carrots Forever was 4th.
Waiting and waiting for room, and when she finally saw daylight, Molly's a Bullet responded to go back to the beginning, and terrible start, and that was it for Tiger Lily.
Yeah, and Melissa Ario, you got to give her credit. She lost complete irons on the horse. I'm surprised she stayed on. Tremendous. The horse pulled a Thunder Snow. But here's the stretch here as Molly's a Bullet. Looked like the 8 had, Allison Park had this race won. The 6 battled back. JK's horse, Mildoon, flying in the middle of the racetrack. But Molly's a Bullet. I think Matt Dinnerman called it right. She was so much the best in here, just waiting for room around the racetrack. The 5 got up for second.
Back to back. It's her first try against winners, Megan. Molly's a Bullet. Very impressive here.
I honestly thought she might have been taking a bit too much money, but the way she won, she was locked and loaded. Isaac Castillo had 2 armfuls of horse waiting for a seam when he was able to angle out quite smoothly over heels to the clear. She really kicked hard. Nice to see Anthony Margata get a win here. And hey, how about Melissa Iorio and what she did leaving the starting gate? I mean, she did an amazing job just staying in the middle, lost her inside stirrup, and was able to use that leg strength to kind of keep herself secure in the saddle. Took a lot of athletic prowess to stay in the on board there. Really impressive. You know, sometimes we get caught up in who wins, who loses, and we miss the real good things. That was one of those real good things.
Yeah, terrific horsemanship right there. Even at just moments like that, sometimes it comes through. Great weekend here. Obviously, Saturday was Haskell preview day, and maybe we have a new face in this 3-year-old division.
Yeah, you never know with Bracket Buster. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there, you, Greg, and everybody in the truck.
Thanks, everyone, for spending part of your Father's Day with us here on Fox Sports 1. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. Bracket Buster, Victoria Oliver Barn, loving that wet track. And the Naira Bets Pegasus, and assuming all is okay, it is on to the Haskell redistricting. Getting the first stakes win of his career on a big Saturday afternoon for Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Flavian Pratt. Pratt aboard Bishop's Bay, as well as won 4 straight now after that victory in the Salvatore Mile.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a 1-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
horses step on the track here for today's 8th race. Race 8, 6 minutes away. Race 8, late double, 6 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please on advice of the track veterinarian. Late scratch here in today's 8th. Scratch the 5. Devil's got a cause. Scratch the 5. Devil's got a cause. Refunds in the win play show pool on the number 5. Devil's got a cause. Constellation doubles, pick 3s. Race 8, approaching the gate. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 8th late double. Here's Mr. Mendelssohn stepping forward. Patrick's Promise. And Sky Masterson. Here's Sky Masterson. Junior Alvarado in the saddle. Now Patrick's Promise. And Tiote to the outside. Tiote goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Willen to Risk It All from in between horses, and there's Register and the Green Silks towards the inside. Now puts a half length in front. On the far outside is Tiote, and they're followed in fourth by Sky Masterson. Just in behind them is Patrick's Promise and the lone trailer, Mr. Mendelssohn. They come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and Register is in front. It's Register who's clear, is up by a full length. Willen to Risk It All is a stalking presence from second. Tiote is a clear third. Very strung out here in the early stages. 5 lengths in front of the fourth position is going to be Sky Masterson, who's right there with Patrick's Promise. The lone trailer, still Mr. Mendelssohn, still very well strung out here as they approach a half mile left to go. Register and Katie Davis are in front. It's Register who will take them into the far turn. Willen to Risk It All with every shot from the second spot, trying to run this rival down. Tiote couldn't keep up. 6 lengths back there in third. Patrick's Promise trying to run on. Sky Masterson starts to build a rally here from the back, and Mr. Mendelssohn still the trailer. The leader is Register. It's Register trying to take him all the way. Willen to Risk It All is all in, and Register is still doing it nicely enough up front. Register is trying to finish the job here, but now Willen to Risk It All starts to cut into the margin. From far out of it, Sky Masterson, Mr. Mendelssohn. Register just keeps on going, is still a length and a half, almost 2 back in front. It's Register who's trying to take him all the way. Register's almost home. Register cashes in. It's going to be Register to win it on the front end, then Willen to Risk It All. Sky Masterson and Tiote in 1 minute 35.49 seconds. 3-9-11-14 order finish. 3-9-11-14. Winner is the 3 Register. Second the 9, Willing to Risk It All. Third the 11, Sky Masterson. Fourth the 14, Tiote. 3-9-11-14. Winner of today's 8th is the 3 Register. He's a 5-year-old gelding bred in Kentucky by Super Saver out of Champaign Sioux. Winning owner is Robert Spiegel. Winning trainer is David Donk. The winning jockey, Katie Davis. Exact $10. The double for $3.10.50. Constellation double 4-5 at $1.80. Trifecta $22.37. Superfecta $220 even. Pick 3 $26.75 and running time 1 minute 35.49. Up next, 9th and final. Race 9. It's coming up 24 minutes away. The 9th and final move to the main track. Race 9 in 24 minutes. And they're off. Good speed from Willin to Risk It All from in between horses, and there's Register in the green silks towards the inside. Now puts a half length in front. On the far outside is Tiote, and they're followed in fourth by Sky Masterson. Just in behind them is Patrick's Promise and the lone trailer, Mr. Mendelssohn. They come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and Register is in front. It's Register who's clear, is up by a full length. Willin to Risk It All is a stalking presence from second. Tiote is a clear third. Very strung out here in the early stages. 5 lengths in front of the fourth position is going to be Sky Masterson, who's right there with Patrick's Promise. The lone trailer, still Mr. Mendelssohn, still very well strung out here as they approach a half mile left to go. Register and Katie Davis are in front. It's Register who will take them into the far turn. Willin to Risk It All with every shot from the second spot, trying to run this rival down. Tiote couldn't keep up. 6 lengths back there in third. Patrick's Promise trying to run on. Sky Masterson starts to build a rally here from the back, and Mr. Mendelssohn still the trailer. The leader is Register. It's Register trying to take him all the way. Willin to Risk It All is all in, and Register is still doing it nicely enough up front. Register is trying to finish the job here, but now Willin to Risk It All starts to cut into the margin. From far out of it, Sky Masterson, Mr. Mendelssohn. Register just keeps on going, is still a length and a half, almost 2 back in front. It's Register who's trying to take him all the way. Register's almost home. Register cashes in. It's going to be Register to win it on the front end, then Willing to Risk It All, Sky Masterson, and Tiote in 1 minute 35.49 seconds.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the juvenile turf sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths and deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. The Golden Sun, a horse of the year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's ninth race, ninth and final in 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 9. Post time here for the 9th and final. Sonia Henny moving in. Hidden Agenda. A few more left to load. Fast Market. Gilhorn. Happy Father's Day once again. Thanks for joining us here. Belmont at the Big A. 9th and final. Practical Love to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken in a very even line. Speed from Upon a Star right out towards the front, has company towards the outside. There's Gellhorn, who's now in the early mix, and at the rail, Tightly Laughing Lady. That's the leading trio. In between horses comes Fast Market. Joining them up on the far outside comes Practical Love. Red Cap. Right in behind that leading group is Hidden Agenda. Further back in the field comes Home Wrecker, who's trying to run on with the far outside Sonia Henny. And the trailer, Sugar Run. 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. They're moving quickly up front. Upon a Star has got the lead, is up by a half length. All in as Fast Market towards the outside is trying to make up some ground. Here comes Gellhorn, who's tipping to the outside, is rallying on from third. At the rail, that's Laughing Lady, also trying to rally on still is Practical Love. The rest got to pick it up from there. Home Wrecker starting to make up some late ground. They reach the top of the stretch. Upon a Star's got plenty of company. Gellhorn down the center of the racetrack. And at the rail, here comes Laughing Lady. Also trying to join them is Practical Love. Upon a Star just keeps on going, though. Found another gear, and Upon a Star is open back up again. Upon a Star is almost there, is up by a full length. Gellhorn going to try one final time. Upon a Star wins the finale. Upon a Star over Gellhorn, then came Practical Love, followed by Laughing Lady and Sugar Run in 1 minute 10 seconds flat. Order finish 2-12, 13-1 in race number 9. First, the 2, Upon a Star. Second, the 12, Gellhorn. Third, the 13, Practical Love. And fourth, the 1, Laughing Lady. Winner of today's 9th race, the 2 Upon a Star. She's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Munnings out of Timely. Winning owner is Resolute Racing. Winning trainer is Wesley Ward. Winning jockey, Hall of Famer, John Velasquez. 2, 12, 13, 1. It's official. Exacta 2, 12, 17, 10, the double 13, 30. Trifecta $33.12. Superfecta $362 even. Pick 3, 432, $29.25. Pick 3, 452, $560. Pick 4, $49.50. Pick 5, $336 even. The pick 6, 5 out of 6, $780. 6 of 6, $335 even. Final running time, 1 minute 10.04 in the 9th and final. That concludes our live racing action for the week here at Belmont at the Big A. Thank you once again for joining us on this Father's Day program. Live racing will resume on Thursday. Right back here on Thursday, 8 races on the program and a first post of 110. We hope you can make plans to join us then. Thanks again to the entire team, and we will see you right back here next Thursday. First post 110, 8 races with more great racing action from the New York Racing Association and Live Racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Broken in a very even line. Speed from Upon a Star right out towards the front, has company towards the outside. There's Gellhorn, who's now in the early mix, and at the rail, Tightly Laughing Lady. That's the leading trio. In between horses comes Fast Market. Joining them up on the far outside comes Practical Love. Red Cap, right in behind that leading group, is Hidden Agenda. Further back in the field comes Home Wrecker, who's trying to run on with the far outside Sonia Henney. And the trailer, Sugar Run. 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. They're moving quickly up front. Upon a Star has got the lead, is up by a half length. All in is Fast Market towards the outside, is trying to make up some ground. Here comes Gellhorn, who's tipping to the outside, is rallying on from third. At the rail, that's Laughing Lady. Also trying to rally on still is Practical Love. The rest got to pick it up from there. Home Wrecker starting to make up some late ground. They reach the top of the stretch. Upon a Star's got plenty of company. Gellhorn down the center of the racetrack. And at the rail, here comes Laughing Lady. Also trying to join them is Practical Love. Upon a Star just keeps on going, though. Found another gear, and Upon a Star is open back up again. Upon a Star is almost there, is up by a full length. Gellhorn going to try one final time. Upon a Star wins the finale. Upon a Star over Gellhorn. Then came Practical Love, followed by Laughing Lady and Sugar Run in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.